All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast, episode 129. Thank you guys so much for waiting patiently. Just getting everything sorted here before going live. So running just a little bit behind schedule, but yeah, appreciate you guys and your patience. And as always, uh, grateful for everybody who shows up early to the show, to the podcast. It's always cool to see people kind of filing in and getting excited to talk all about gaming, talk about PlayStation. So yeah, wow, crazy to think we're at episode 129. See, just making sure my chat box is okay over here. And thank you, Mark Lovin, for the $5 super chat. That'll give me an excuse to just immediately segue into letting everybody know how you can continue to support my channel and support my content if you appreciate or you just enjoy what I do here. Obviously, as I always say, just tuning into the content, watching the videos, watching the streams, interacting with them, that helps tremendously. Hitting the like button helps. So if you are here right now, please hit that like button. If you're somebody who's watching later on, when it's no longer live, hitting the like button still helps tremendously. And if you want to go above and beyond, you can donate a super chat to help support the channel directly. I couldn't do what I do here on a weekly basis with Press X Podcast if it wasn't for your continued support with not only the super chats, but also with my channel memberships as well. And that's the other way you can help. If you want to become a channel member, feel free to do so. You get a few exclusive perks, but it's mainly there for you to kind of support me month over month and support the content. So thank you guys so much, as always. Now, we have quite a few different topics to talk about today. Some stuff I'm definitely excited to talk about. We're going to be discussing God of War, obviously. We have some big things happening with God of War. Also, maybe a little bit of, I'm not going to call it controversy because it's really not controversial, and that's not the appropriate word to use. But there are some people who I guess you could say were a little bit surprised to hear about the rumored playtime of God of War Ragnarok. So we'll talk about that. We're going to talk a lot about PlayStation's ambitions, PlayStation's goals, and what they're communicating to the fan base, because that's something that happened this past week that I think is really important to highlight and talk about extensively. And that is the fact that Herman Hulst came out randomly and did a bunch of press interviews, and he made a couple of things clear. And we're talking about their opinion on single player games going forward, their ambitions for PC, day and date with live service games, when single player games are going to go to PC, their push for mobile, as well as, just kind of transmedia stuff. There's a lot of stuff, honestly, that PlayStation is talking about that, a lot of traditional, and I think that's the word to use here, is traditional fans, people who have always had a certain expectation for the way that PlayStation and Sony would handle things. They're saying and doing a lot of things that have them a little bit worried and skeptical, and I think that's understandable. But I don't think it's as bad as some people make it sound. So we're going to talk all about that. We're also going to talk about a lot of pushback that Sony is getting with the latest rumor of a Horizon Zero Dawn remaster. We covered this briefly at the very, very tail end of my last podcast, but when I talked about it, it was just coming from a single source, but since then, a lot more has happened. So we'll talk about that. We're also going to talk about, let me see what else I have here. As always, we're going to talk about Kojima Productions. I know some people are getting tired of it, but there are some things happening, and those things are pointing to a PlayStation game reveal happening sooner rather than later. A lot of people are pointing towards the Game Awards at this point, so obviously that leaves in question, how should we feel? We're almost 10 days into October now. Is it safe to say that Sony's not doing a PlayStation showcase this year? What's going on with that situation? We'll talk a bit about that. We're going to talk about PSVR 2. We're going to talk about Sony making it clear why they are investing in From Software. And as you guys know, we're obviously going to talk about other things as well that just kind of pop up because that's just the nature of the show and of this podcast. I call them side quests. We go on many side quests when when uh, when I'm doing this podcast. So yeah, once again, guys, hit that like button. The first thing that I want to talk about is God of War. Now, before talking about God of War Ragnarok, I want to talk about what I've been playing. And God of War is what I've been playing. I decided to, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, I decided to reinstall God of War 2018 because I want to replay it before going into Ragnarok. I see somebody in the chat saying, Brown Bomber, you're saying they really need to give you a review copy. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be receiving a review copy. I do not have any connection with Sony in that way. I don't have any connection with Sony in general. But when it comes to press and getting, review copies and kind of having that relationship with a publisher, I don't get involved in that. I don't know if I could get one. I haven't tried. Maybe I could. I don't know. You guys, anybody who's followed me, and this is the reality, anybody who's followed me for an extensive period of time, you'll know that there have absolutely been times where I've been extremely critical of Sony and of PlayStation. And, I get labeled a fanboy, Sony bootlicker, the whole thing. But, people refuse to highlight the times, and there are more than a few where I've had to call Sony out and I've, had not great things to say about them and just really being genuine and honest from a consumer and a fan standpoint. And I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Like, again, I have no idea if I were to reach out to Sony to get a review copy of God of War Ragnarok, if they would give it to me or if I would be ignored or denied. I don't know. What I do know is I don't want to do that. That's not really my intention here. I'm not really a review channel. Technically, that could be why they wouldn't want to do it. But, I just kind of want to experience it with everybody else in the same way that everybody else is going to experience it. To me, it's also important that whatever games I'm supporting and whatever games that I'm excited for and whatever games that I'm going to be playing and talking about on the channel, it's always been important for me to ensure that I'm paying for those games with money out of my own pocket. Even if I were to ever get like free codes or something like that, which again, I'm not pursuing that. But if that were to ever happen, I would still feel the need like I should probably buy this game with money out of my own pocket because I'm just the kind of person where I just can't take what somebody says. I just can't take it the same way, regardless of what they say, if they didn't have to pay for the game out of their own pocket. And I think it's okay. Like I don't blame any content creator at all for deciding, look, I got a free code. Why would I buy the game? I don't blame them. Like, yeah, you're saving money. That's the smarter thing to do. But it's just for me, it's kind of difficult to assume that I'm going to have a similar opinion on a game, knowing that they didn't pay money for it and I'm going to pay money for it. That doesn't mean that reviews aren't helpful. They absolutely are. But, that's an important thing to me. So, figured I would just mention that. I'm not going to be playing God of War Ragnarok early. I'm not going to be playing it. It always stings a little bit. I'm not going to lie. Like when you see people kind of, if you're on social media, and I'm sure it's going to happen with God of War, like a week early, showing the home screen of God of War Ragnarok, being like, I'm playing God of War Ragnarok. It's like, man, I got to admit, I am a little bit jealous of that because, obviously we're all waiting for the game. And so the sooner you can play it, the better, right? But I'm going to be playing it at the same time as everybody else, and I'm looking forward to it. I feel like it'll be a little bit easier for me to talk about some of the major things that happen in the story, obviously, as, since I'll be playing it the same day that everybody else is going to get their hands on it. So that'll make it a little bit easier. But Unknown is saying, I always want to punch the screen when I see that. Yeah, that's funny. All right, so talking about God of War, as I said, I'm replaying God of War 2018, and I wanted to make sure to replay this before Ragnarok. To me, it feels really important because it's been a while. It's been a while since I've played the game, and not everything is as fresh in my mind. And I just think it'll really benefit me going into Ragnarok to just kind of re experience everything that happened in the first game once again. I remember all the major plot points, all the major story beats, but I just want to get reacquainted. And I'm also hoping that it'll just help me kind of when I boot Ragnarok up for the first time, just feel like I'm automatically familiar with the way the game plays and with everything. Although I am expecting there to be new, gameplay features and obviously some changes, of course. But I just think that this will help me, and it's I gotta say it's automatically getting me more excited for Ragnarok because starting to replay God of War 2018, when you don't play a game for a while, you start to forget things naturally. That's just how it is. Same thing with like a TV show or a movie. There's just some things they just start to leave your mind and they drift. And then the second you boot it back up and you're playing, you're like, oh yeah, like all those feelings kind of rush back at one time, and you're like, man, I sometimes honestly I think you forget how good stuff really is. The more distance you have from it, and I kind of got that feeling with starting to replay God of War 2018 again. That intro, man, it's just on another level. I love it. Jerome Montgomery, thank you for the super chat, my friend. You're saying when you first got into PS4, you review games, bring it back. Well, that's the thing is I do. I don't know how I feel about doing separate game reviews. That's the only thing, because at the time you have to keep in mind when I first started covering PS4 and I got into it and heavily into PlayStation, I didn't have a podcast, and I've kind of noticed that being able to incorporate, I guess what you could consider reviews into my podcast, maybe what I should do is cut out certain segments. Maybe that would be the best thing to do. Clip it, right? Because you talk about The Last of Us Part 1. That was the last game I technically gave a review on. Maybe not a super, meticulous, like it's fully scripted out. It's super refined. It's actually quite the opposite. It's me just talking about it candidly as if we're just kind of hanging out at a bar, chatting to one another. The past two episodes of my podcast, I kind of did, I guess you could call it like a mini review of The Last of Us Part 1. And, maybe I could clip those sections out and label them as, like a review or, off the cuff review of whatever game. Maybe I could do that with God of War coming up. Because I don't know, it feels overly redundant for me personally to make a separate video reviewing a game, knowing that I either already talked about it extensively in a podcast or I'm going to talk about it in a podcast. So you're saying do reviews as secondary content? Yeah, that could be a way to do it as well. But either way, you can always count on me talking about games that I'm looking forward to playing or that I am playing during the podcast at the very least. But yeah, so I'm replaying God of War, and to be honest, there are only a few things I have to say about replaying God of War. Jerome Montgomery, again, you're saying, yeah, clip them. Everybody don't catch the podcast. That's true. Yeah, that is probably the best way to go about it, because it's very true that there are thousands, tens of thousands potentially of people who will catch my videos from time to time, and they, occasionally check my channel to see if there's anything they're interested in watching. And they, some people just have zero interest in live content and watching long form live stream content or podcasts or anything like that. So that's probably going to be the way to go. So thank you for that, Jerome. But talking about God of War 2018, there are minimal things I have to say about it, but there are some things I want to say about it. Number one, I've seen quite a few people since the time God of War Ragnarok was revealed kind of talk about it like they're underwhelmed with how the game looks, right? They're saying that the game looks exactly like God of War 2018 and it looks barely like it's an improvement. And, people are saying it's being held back potentially on a visual front due to it being a PS4 game. And, it's just it's crazy because this is the first time I'm experiencing God of War 2018 at 60 FPS. The last time I played the game was on PS4, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, I know the last time I played it, it was at 30 FPS. So automatically playing this game on PS5, getting that 60 FPS boost, I mean, wow. It's one of these things where it's like, I know I'm really late to the party here, but man, it makes such a huge difference. It does. And looking at the game, I'm like, as I'm playing through the game, I'm just thinking to myself, like, I understand. And there's no doubt that Santa Monica Studio can go a lot further graphically with the PS5 than they could with the PS4, but let's put some respect on God of War 2018 here. This game holds up, and I'm not even playing the PC version. This game holds up insanely well on the PS5, and I'm just very impressed. And I do expect Ragnarok to look significantly better in a lot of areas, for sure. But, I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm like, man, it holds up. KD, you're saying, what's up, MBG? When are you going to cut the BS and play the original God of War trilogy? You know there's going to be Easter eggs in Ragnarok. You got to do it for the culture. Well, like I said, man, I know maybe in the eyes of some, I'm a fraud because I haven't fully completed or played through God of War 1 through 3, but I told you, man, like, I do have experience playing the games, just not a lot of experience. And I did acquaint myself with the previous titles, and I know pretty much all of the main story beats. I know the major plot points. I know the important things that happened. And I know that that's not the same. And I'm not saying it's the same. But I struggle, man. I struggle going back to playing older games. It doesn't matter what it is. Even my favorite games of the past, I struggle. I'm too contemporary, I guess. I can't help it. You know, again, maybe this is just a weakness of mine. Maybe it's my Achilles heel, but you know, it's like, for example, Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots is one of my all-time favorite games. And I do believe that game, from a gameplay standpoint, probably still holds up really well. But just, like, if I were to want to play that game, going back to it, you know, getting a PS3, hooking up a PS3, getting a copy of Guns of the Patriots, to me, it's going to feel too difficult, man. You know, I've always expressed anytime with the build up of the PS5, you know, those times when those rumors come out and it's like, oh man, we're hearing about native backwards compatibility with PS1, PS2, and PS3 games. And I've always said in those videos when I would cover that I think it would be amazing for Sony to do that. That would be awesome. And a portion of the PlayStation fan base would be just so ridiculously happy and elated. But I would also add, I don't really go back and play older games. You know, I'm just not that type of person. If Sony were to announce full backwards compatibility natively with PS3, right, and the entire PS3, PS2, PS1 catalog, I'm just being totally and completely transparent when I say I probably wouldn't touch any games. I mean, I maybe there could be like one or two, but that's just how I am. That's just how I am, and I know that there are a lot of gamers who are not like that at all. I'm not saying that you should be like me. I'm not encouraging it, right? There are a lot of people who are like, dude, I love going back and playing these older games. KD saying, just run through them on easy mode. KD's going to die on this hill, man. KD's going to die on this hill. He's like, MBG, you got to do it, man. You got to do it. This is unacceptable. You know me. I'll never say never. I'll never say never, but I'll give it to you straight. You know, and giving it to you straight means, dude, I don't like going back and playing older games. I just don't. I do not enjoy it. Simply put, I do not enjoy it. I feel like games have improved in so many ways these days. It's just difficult, man. It's hard for me. Unknown Games 99 says, MBG is a product of Jim Ryan. Quote, he doesn't play old games, end quote. Yeah, dude, I've been conditioned by Jim Ryan. I need those remakes. I need those remasters. You know, I got to admit to you, though, there is some truth to it. You know, for example, Demon's Souls remake. I would never go back and touch Demon's Souls on PS3. I would not touch that game. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but knowing that Demon's Souls remake exists on the PS5, I would never go back and play that game on PS3. Um, and it's funny because I've actually seen, not many people, but there was like a fan made Unreal Engine 5 God of War, the original God of War, I think 1 or 2 remake. It was a concept. And you'd be surprised, maybe you wouldn't be surprised, the amount of people that were basically saying, I would love to get a proper original God of War 1 or 2 remake for PS5. And, I know people get upset because they feel like, and we'll talk about this, where they feel like there's too many remakes and too many remasters, but there's an audience for them, man. There is. And, yeah, I just, it's why these days, what I would love to see is, I talk about the Metal Gear Solid series. I would like to see Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4, all of them, obviously, but even if it's just one of them, like really remade and brought up, um, like I would much prefer that, and I would pay for that over going back and playing them, like, the PS2 games the way they were, because I know that I'm looking through it through like rose tinted glasses here, where it's like, I know there's just some aspects with these games, they just don't hold up. Could be visuals, could be gameplay, could be a combination of the two. But Axis Hawk, member for 5 months, you're saying greatness truly awaits. I personally think Sony will hold a showcase after a week or two, to be honest, and I really hope they do. We are ready for greatness. Yeah, we'll talk about that, man, because there are still people holding out hope that they're gonna have that showcase. It's just gonna be a little late. And dude, on Twitter, man, just to talk about Twitter, people get vicious on Twitter. If you talk about a showcase on Twitter, they're like, you better shut your mouth right now, MBG. Don't like, people. I'm telling you, man, they're very emotional. They're very unstable right now. It's kind of funny, to be honest. But yeah, a lot of PlayStation fans still holding out hope that it's going to happen. And I've seen people even hoping that if not a showcase this month, December, PlayStation Experience comes back. Who knows? Who knows, man? Jerome, again, you're saying, wait, you being an MGS fan, have you played 1 through 3 recently? So I played all the Metal Gear Solid games, but I have not played 1 through 3 recently. I can't tell you the last time I probably played Metal Gear Solid, at least 2, 3, and Peace Walker, was when they came out with the collection. I know there was another collection that came out after that, and I don't think I played those games. I don't think I picked that one up because it was just like a compilation of all the games. At this point in time, though, in all seriousness, I am ready. Like, at least for Metal Gear Solid, like, I am ready, not to go off the topic of God of War, but I'm ready for a proper bringing up of one or multiple Metal Gear Solid games. I feel like it's like well overdue. These are games that absolutely deserve it, and I would love to see that, man. The rumor is, and we don't know if it's true, but the rumor is that Konami has some Metal Gear Solid remasters, and then they're gonna have a proper remake starting with Metal Gear Solid 3. Some people might wonder why Metal Gear Solid 3. It's because it's technically the first game. It's set before everything else. So we'll see if that turns out to be true. FPS Butter Golem, you're saying, I'm excited for The Last of Us remastered. Yeah, I mean, that this is a case where you look at The Last of Us Part 1, and truthfully speaking, I don't know how many people were asking for that game to be remade. It already got remastered, and that's where you do get a little bit disheartened, because you think to yourself, at least what I think to myself is, Sony, you're putting all of these, I don't want to say all of these, but you're putting a certain amount of resources into remaking The Last of Us, a game that holds up pretty well, but also got, most importantly, it already got remastered for PS4, and that holds up really well. Like, maybe remake something else that didn't already get a remaster. You know what I mean? And I think that that's where people are just getting a little bit bothered, where it's like Sony seems to be so fixated on bringing up these games that people aren't necessarily asking for. You know what I mean? And leaving on the table so many other games that people have been asking for. And I think that's a problem right now to a degree. I mean, it's understandable. Like from a business standpoint, you can understand why Sony's doing it. But from a player standpoint, from a gamer standpoint, I'm not so sure. But I want to get back to I want to get back to God of War Ragnarok here. So a few things to note about God of War 2018. Visually, the game holds up really, really well. And, you know, this is why I'm like, I expect there fully to be some significant improvements on the PS5 version of Ragnarok. People say that the game is probably being held back with it being a PS4. I'm sure to a certain degree, yes. Same thing with Horizon, same thing with any game that's cross-gen at this point. It's safe to say to a certain extent, it's being held back. It is worth noting that Ragnarok did start as a PS4 game, just like Horizon Forbidden West did. So to what degree it's being held back, it's hard to say. We'll never really know. I guess what I will say is whatever the next game we get from Guerrilla or, Santa Monica Studio, even though it'll be a couple years from now, I mean, I'm assuming that'll be PS5 only. And we're really going to see what they're capable of doing. KD, you're saying we're not asking you to play God of War 1 through 3 for the gameplay. We know it's dated. You need to play for the story. We saw how Athena showed up in God of War 2018. Well, I hear you, man. And, look, again, I'm not going to make any promises that I'm going to play the games. But if you're saying for the story beats, I mean, again, I'm pretty familiar with many of the story beats. But, I think what I'm going to do just to make sure I'm fully ready for any surprises, anything that may pop up. I don't want to be caught off guard. I definitely don't want to be caught off guard and be like, who's that? Or like, what's going on here? To whereas like, if you're somebody if you're somebody who's just really familiar with God of War 1 through 3, you're like, oh, oh, look at that. I'm definitely going to realistically, I'm not going to play it at this point because I'm probably right now I'm focused on getting through God of War 2018. But I'm probably going to, I'll go to YouTube, I'll go to the wikis and just brush up a little bit, and just kind of saturate my brain with, God of War, just God of War in general. But I do feel like with Ragnarok coming up, the most important aspects in Ragnarok are no doubt going to be, connected to God of War 2018. But But I hear you, KD. I hear you. Excuse me. Jerome, again, you're saying you spoke with your money with The Last of Us remake. Are you going to pay for Horizon and also sending Sony the wrong message? That's the thing, man. It truthfully with Horizon, it depends on how they handle it. And what I mean by that is, yes, I believe I did send Sony the wrong message with The Last of Us Part 1. And I was holding out, probably foolishly and naively, I was holding out hope that maybe it wouldn't be so bad. But as I said in my review for The Last of Us Part 1, it just isn't worth, like, it. If it's not your first time playing it, it's simply not worth the $70. It's just not worth it. If it's your first time playing it, it is. I see somebody saying hypocrite. Well, man, I'm a human being. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be on top of everything and to be perfect and to be like, I don't budge, I don't move, I don't change. My thoughts are my opinions. No, I'm a human being, man. My thoughts on things change relatively frequently and I'm learning new things. I'm experiencing new things and, I'm going to continue to make mistakes and hopefully learn and grow from them. That's the human experience, man. I'm not going to sit here and put on a mask and try to present myself in a way where it's like, that's not really me though. I just can't do that. Even if I wanted to, it wouldn't work. So, but talking about Horizon to answer your question, Jerome, it depends on how they handle it. Like I have zero, and I mean this, like the thing about The Last of Us, just to defend myself a little bit here, is I love The Last of Us. Okay, it's one of my favorite games ever. The Last of Us is one of my favorite stories, favorite characters. I'm kind of a sucker for it. Horizon Zero Dawn. Now, I like the game. I really enjoyed Horizon Zero Dawn, but I do not feel the same way about Horizon Zero Dawn as I do The Last of Us. So when I tell you, I got my fill with Horizon Zero Dawn, and I definitely most recently got my fill with Horizon Forbidden West, which was also a great game. I have no interest in a Horizon Zero Dawn remaster. Um, and so when I say it depends on how they handle it, if it's like we're selling a Horizon standalone multiplayer game that if you buy it, it comes with Horizon Zero Dawn remaster, okay, fine. It's like I'm just getting this. Basically, what I'm trying to say is unless I'm getting it for free, I'm not going to pay for it. Sony could announce a Horizon Zero Dawn remaster and say it's $10. I'm not interested. I'm not. Like there are some games that I'm probably a sucker for and I would want to go back and play, but it's like, it's like when Sony announced the Spider-Man remaster with Miles Morales. I thought that was kind of cool. Like, oh look, they're bringing Spider-Man forward to take advantage of the PS5, but that wasn't what I was excited for. I wasn't excited for that. That's not what my focus was on. My focus was on Miles Morales. Like that's the new experience, and that's what I want to. That's what I want to play. That's what I'm focused on playing, and that's what I'm focused on paying for. So it's like to me, it's a situation like that. And again, I still kind of regret The Last of Us Part 1 because no matter which way I slice it, I overpaid for that game. Simply put, for me, Demon Souls was a completely different scenario. The reason why I felt totally fine paying $70 for Demon Souls was because number one, I couldn't. Well, it's not that I couldn't, but I never played Demon Souls. I never experienced it. I always wanted to. But again, I don't go back and play games like that. So I was just like, well, there's rumors of a Demon Souls remaster remake. Let's see if they come true. They did come true. And, I paid $70 for it. And it was an incredible experience. My first time playing it. And it was worth every penny. So, that's why I can't say the same thing about The Last of Us because I'm like, damn, I did play the remaster. And it held up pretty well, and I feel like 70 is just too much for this, man. It's just too much. It's too soon. But when it comes to Horizon Zero Dawn and a remaster for that, I think if they handle it in a similar way that they handled Spider-Man, because that's the thing is there was not a lot of outrage at all for Spider-Man remastered. You're talking about a 20. People are joking around and they're like, I can't wait for Sony to remaster God of War 2018. Like joking around, being, poking fun at Sony. It's like, they already remastered a game that came out after that, right? They remastered Spider-Man. And I think a lot of people forgot about this. And I think the reason why they forgot is because, you realize that it was the way Sony handled it. And people were kind of okay with it. Granted, it's really bizarre that you still can't buy Spider-Man remastered separately for like $20 or $15 or something. They're not selling it separately still. I don't know. I don't understand what's going on with that. But it was the fact that if you wanted Spider-Man remastered, you paid for the Ultimate Edition of Miles Morales. And what it came down to is you're essentially paying $20. You're paying $20 for Spider-Man remastered. And, it's a package deal, like somebody in the chat saying. And at the same time, I think people were like, okay, $20. Yeah, that for a remaster, taking advantage of the PS5. Sure. Why not? Why not? And I feel like that's the big difference right now is now people are coming off of The Last of Us Part 1, $70, a lot of controversy, a lot of people feeling like that's too much, Sony. And then they're looking at Horizon Zero Dawn and they're assuming, oh, that's going to be a remake too. And that's going to be $70 too, isn't it? KD, again, thank you, man. You're saying the Horizon remaster outrage is BS. Sony has been remastering / remaking games since the PS3 era. Jack, Sly, Ratchet, God of War all got remasters. Medieval and Ape Escape got remakes. People got to relax. And real quick, KD, before I respond to that, Jerome is saying, what if they remake Days Gone and Death Stranding? Well, dude, that's the thing. Again, they didn't remake Death Stranding, but they remastered Death Stranding for PS5, and they called it Death Stranding Director's Cut. But The reason why people were okay with it is because there was a $10 upgrade path. You see what I'm saying? So when people were like, well, I already bought this game, and Sony says, hey, all you got $10 and you get all the bells and whistles for the PS5, people are like, oh, well, okay, then that's fine. It's not the same as asking people to pay $70 again. But KD, there is truth to what you're saying, man. And this is the thing it's people we are at a point where people don't want to accept the truth. And the truth, KD, is what you're saying, is that the idea of Sony being all in on remasters and remakes is not new. This is something we have seen for, it seems like a couple decades now, frankly, from Sony. And it's going to continue in the same way. However, there is one caveat here, KD, and I think it's exactly what I mentioned. I think it's because Sony is now pushing into a boundary where I'm telling you, I think The Last of Us Part 1 could potentially be the straw that breaks, or maybe already broke, the camel's back. Because if you think about it, we've gotten quite a few different remasters and remakes since the start of the PS5. Again, Demon's Souls, right out of the gate. Spider-Man 2018 remastered, right out of the gate. Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut. Death Stranding Director's Cut. Come on, I'm sure there's maybe a chat you can help me out if there's something I'm missing here. But the point is, Sony has not strayed away from their aggressive approach to remakes and remasters. But I think The Last of Us is what really, Uncharted 4 as well. That was very recent. Neo 1 and 2. There you go. Although I don't know that was necessarily Sony. Final Fantasy 7. So yeah, this is not new. This has been going on, but I really think Sony may have broke the camel's back and pushed past that threshold, that breaking point with The Last of Us Part 1, because I'm telling you, like, the outrage just wasn't there for these other games. It just wasn't there for these other games. And if it was minuscule. It died out almost immediately, and it was a very small group of people, and realistically, no one cared. But The Last of Us Part 1 changed that, because this is where a lot of people collectively said, this is too much. You're pushing it too far. Not only is this game being remade too soon in the eyes of most people, but you're overpricing it, and it's setting a bad precedent. And again, I feel like it's now people are going to start, looking at Sony and saying, oh, well, whatever remakes and remasters they do, they're going to, they're gonna push it too far now. They push it to another level. I see somebody saying, LOL, it's all fake outrage, The Last of Us Part 1 charted. And that's true. And that's the reality that we have to highlight here, guys, is the market speaks. The market speaks, and I did see that the only games that outsold The Last of Us Part 1 on the PlayStation Store were, I think, 2 or 3 sports games. Madden, NBA, and maybe FIFA. What place did The Last of Us come in? Was it 3rd place or 4th place? The point is, it was one of the best-selling games for PlayStation on the PlayStation Store at full price. And it's it's also worth noting that these are people buying the game digitally. The fact that the only games that are ahead of it are sports games, yearly released annual sports games. You're saying that's because what else is there to sell? And that could be true. Yeah, there's no doubt people could be buying it because they're like, well, there's nothing else really for me that I want to play right now, and this is the only thing. You're saying it placed, it was in 3rd place last 2 months. Well, this is where I know it, we can sometimes get caught up in in getting maybe a little bit rageful and angsty towards Sony. But this is why I always do try to also speak with the business side of things and talk from the business side of things, because I think that people, they just don't want to accept it. And that's, you know, that's the thing about it, is these companies usually do these things because they know that there is a complete disconnect between internet outrage on Twitter, in a YouTube comment section, or even on a Reddit thread, or wherever, Instagram, whatever it might be, anywhere where there's some internet outrage. These companies know that that's not indicative of the market at all. It's not. And I feel like when you look at The Last of Us Part 1, as what, and then not just The Last of Us Part 1, but many other examples, it's proven true time and time again that, I'm going to be honest, guys, it just seems like more and more the vocal minority within any given market are the ones who are stirring things up and creating some dismay on social media. But the vast majority of people are not on social media, talking negatively or expressing their problems. What they're probably doing is just looking forward to whatever the next thing is and being like, yeah, I want that. I'll buy that, And I'm not saying that that's okay or that there aren't some problems with that. There obviously are some problems with that, but it's important to keep this in mind when we discuss these things, because again, like, people right now who are freaking out and acting outraged about Horizon Zero Dawn remaster, if Sony handles it appropriately and they price it, if Sony basically doesn't completely cross the line with it, it's going to be fine. People are going to buy it. It's going to do probably relatively well. And we're just going to, that's just what's going to happen. And anybody that had, outrage and anger in a comment section or on Twitter, like, let me put it to you this way. For all the negative things that people said about The Last of Us Part 1, right? On Twitter, people created storms, just completely trying to destroy this game. Everything that Naughty Dog would post, everything that Neil Druckmann would post, just people swarming. And any YouTube videos, same thing, people would swarm it. Let me ask you, where's that now? What was it for? What did it matter? You know what I'm saying? Like, who's sitting here thinking about those negative? No one is. They're gone. It's water under the bridge. And Sony made their money and the game sold. And at the end of the day, the most important thing we should probably identify here is that these business executives whose job it is to run these gaming companies, they're not looking at comment sections. They're not looking at Twitter. They're looking at the bottom line. And the bottom line for most of these games is people are buying them. Like, a lot of people. And we're making pretty good money off of them. So this is why I have to kind of turn to people and simply ask, like, what would you do if you were in that position? If it was your job to run a business and to make money, and your job was to sell games, if you're looking at the charts, the data, the sales, and the bottom line is, wow, this is doing great, and we made good money on this, you're going to turn and say, yeah, but did you see what those people on Twitter were saying? You see what I'm saying? Did you see that one YouTube video that guy made ranting about it? And I think, I think it's just people, I think we just have to collectively start to be more honest with ourselves. And, there's no denying that quite a few people probably said, I'm not buying this game. I'll never buy this game. And then as soon as it drops, they probably bought it. And it's like, it's exactly what I said, where it's like, it's so easy to be an anonymous Twitter user, to be an anonymous YouTube user, to be an anonymous a Reddit poster, right? And just simply or say with the comment, I'm not buying this game. This is trash. And then you decide, okay, I'm gonna buy it. And you don't have to leave a comment saying you bought it. You don't have to go back to your comment and say, actually, never mind, guys, I ended up buying it. No, your comment will always exist there of you saying that this game's trash. And the important thing is 10 people, 20 people, 50 people read that comment from that person and they upvote and say, yeah, I agree. And those people are also probably buying the product. It's insane. Like, this is actually what happens. All right, let me see here. KD, you're saying, come on, man. Let's get to more important topics. Tifa, Jesse, or Aerith. Who you picking? MBG seems like a Tifa guy. Actually, I mean, between the three, I think I liked Aerith the most. I enjoyed. She's pretty wholesome, you know. She just seemed pretty cool. I think as I was playing through the game and seeing kind of that love triangle, I'm like, yeah, I think I'm leaning more towards Aerith here. Although I do, you know, Tifa and Jesse, they're cool as well. But yeah, more important topics. I don't know that they would be considered more important. Pretty wholesome sounds like body shaming. No. Hey, I'm not at all, man. I mean, Aerith, she was dressed very differently than Tifa, but that didn't really have much to do with it. You know, I'm not a surface level. I don't operate on the surface level like that. You know, but yeah, again, I don't know that. I don't know that these are considered more important topics. Let me see. Hey MBG, if Kojima's El Fanning game is Death Stranding sequel, I'd be disappointed. Yeah, dude, I'm not gonna lie. I think quite a few people would be disappointed. I see a mix. I see people saying they would be so happy if it's Death Stranding 2, but I see other people saying they'd be very upset and disappointed. All right, let me see. So thank you for that, KD. Jerome, you're saying the chance for Spider-Man 2 to be cross-gen isn't as low as you think. But Spider-Man and God of War came out in 2018. They both started on PS4 first. Well, yeah, see, that's the thing. It's difficult for me to say for a game like God of War Ragnarok and for a game like Horizon Forbidden West. It's difficult and unfair for me to say that those games started development on PS4. The same can be said for Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 came out, September of 2018. So you have to imagine that game also started development on PS4 as well. Now, look, obviously, Herman Hulst came out and said that some games are still going to be cross-gen on a case-by-case basis. And I said in my last video talking about it that I find it extremely unlikely that Spider-Man 2 will be announced to be cross-gen. Now, people are pointing out GT7. GT7 was literally announced to be a PS5 only exclusive, and then they actually went, and it was in the marketing and everything, and then they turned it around, and they're like, actually, it's going to be cross-gen. And so, look, I'm not going to say that it's definitive, because it's not. Is there a chance that Sony could turn around and say, guys, we're gonna release Spider-Man 2 on PS4? Absolutely. And you could argue that the chance is actually pretty good considering it's Spider-Man. But I'll tell you right now, man. I'll tell you right now, if Sony does that, I think it would be a shame, because Sony is in a position where they have games like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, where they say this is PS5 only, no PS4, and as of right now, no PC. Why? Because we're taking full advantage of the uniqueness that exists in the PS5 hardware. That's what PlayStation 5 fans want to see. Maybe not every PlayStation 5 owner, but certainly a majority of them, or a decent amount of them. And that's why when you think about a game like Spider-Man 2, it's coming out in, you would assume, late 2023, right? At the earliest. The last thing people want to do, or feel when seeing that game is that it's being held back by a console that came out in 2013, and that there could potentially be some insanely awesome things they could do with Spider-Man 2, but they couldn't because they wanted to make it for PS4. I don't know, man. I really feel that Sony would make a huge mistake. In my opinion, it would be a huge mistake to come out and say Spider-Man 2 is going to be PS4. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't. I personally think what Herman Hulst meant when he said we're going to bring some PS4 games or cross-gen games out on a case-by-case basis, I really think he was referring to live service multiplayer games that are not necessarily being built to push the limit of the PS5, and maybe some third-party games as well. I really don't think he was talking about the upcoming big exclusives. You know, like I think GT7 was, I think GT7 was maybe a kind of outlier, and they wanted to make that game PS5 only, but they really felt like because of the shortage with the PS5 and when it was releasing, maybe they have to. And if they get, more importantly, that the game could the game run on PS4? And the answer is like, yeah, it could run on PS4 pretty easily. Then they're like, okay, we're just going to release it on PS4. The answer might not be the same with Spider-Man 2. Insomniac is very talented, and Sony could have asked Insomniac, can this game run on PS4? And Insomniac was probably like, well, no, we would have to change the game. And Sony would probably be like, all right, then it's PS5 only. And it's also worth noting that by the time Spider-Man 2 comes out, it's coming out at a time when PS5s are going to be fully saturating the market at that point. The PS5 shortage is basically coming to an end. I've been seeing every day now people saying that they're actually finding consoles in stores. PS Directs are opening up and staying open for like days at a time. So if it's getting better now, it's going to be completely done by 2023. So at that point, Sony might not feel like they have to continue to support the PS4 in the same way. And if they do, it will probably be for their multiplayer games, if anything, if I had to guess. But yeah, I think there always is the chance. I think it's there. Eric Miller is saying, I was pissed spending that $70, but I spent it. Well, there you go, man. At least you're honest, I even though I'm in the same boat, I don't know. I do feel bad about it, but I did it, and I can't deny that. Katie, you're saying, have you tried OW2? OW2 out yet? It's free to play. Overwatch 2. Took me a second to realize OW2 because I'm not an Overwatch player. Honestly, whatever. I've never been into Overwatch, but whatever chance there may have been for me to dabble in the sequel, it looks like it's a nightmare over there, man. I'm hearing that they need like SMS. I'm seeing the game is just completely, people are still like not able to get matches. I'm just like, I don't know. The launch seems like a nightmare, and it's just, frankly, Overwatch just doesn't really appeal to me that much. I don't know. It never has. Even from the first game, I just was like, I don't think this is my cup of tea. But I've heard good things about it, and I did hear from people who were playing the sequel, the new one, that it's actually pretty good. So I don't know though. I'm not an Overwatch player. But Chris B, you're saying the remasters also solve, a separate purpose. These studios are building massive new internal teams, and these are low-risk ways to get these new devs platform experience. And that's true. That is true. I mean, obviously it depends on how cynical you are. There are quite a few people who would say that that's not true. That's ridiculous. But, you have to assume there's more behind it than what we think, right? Because what you're saying, basically, you build these teams up, they're massive. The reality of game development is this, and people don't want to hear this, but it's the truth. It's the truth, man. the number one thing that people will say is, why would you spend time? Why would you take developers, resources, developers, and put them over here to remake or remaster this game that we feel like doesn't need it and maybe no one's asking for? But the reality is simply this. The reality is Sony's major development teams like Guerrilla, Naughty Dog, Insomniac, they're massive. These are massive, massive teams with hundreds upon hundreds of developers, probably 400 plus developers, probably beyond that at this point. And they're hiring new people all the time. The reality is, with game development, and I feel like you don't need to be a developer to know this, but if you do a little bit of research, there are a lot of different moving parts to the development of a game, and they all happen at different times. So there are likely quite a few instances with these massive teams at Sony where a certain part of a game is finished and it's now moving on to the next part of development, and this whole group of developers, they don't really have anything to do, at least not yet. Those are probably the people, like we literally heard this with Naughty Dog. Apparently, the developers who worked on The Last of Us Part 1, the reason why is because they didn't have anything else to do yet. They're literally waiting in line, essentially, for like, what's the next new IP? You know, when Neil Druckmann and whoever else is involved in the conceptualization stage of a new IP and figuring out what their next big game's going to be, you know, that takes time. Like, that's not something that they just overnight, like, okay, here we go, we're going to do it, and we're going to start development today, boom, press the button. You know, there is downtime pretty much. And here's, I really want you guys to think about this for a moment, because this is possibly the most important point with all of this. People will say, well, why don't they just make a new game? Because this is where you have to understand, how are you going to make a brand new game if, let's say, 2/3 of your studio is currently neck deep in development of, you know, so let me put it to you this way. I'm just going to try to make this easier to understand. Let's look at Sony Santa Monica. God of War Ragnarok is done. It went gold. Now, obviously, developers right now are still working on the final touches. You know, they work on it all the way up until the day it comes out. But the game's coming out in 30 days. And at that point, once it comes out, they're going to probably have to focus on post-launch support for a couple months with patches, and they're going to have a team dedicated to that. But the majority of those developers, okay, think about this. The majority of the developers that were working on that game for the past, however many years, right? Past 5 years, 4 years, whatever. Do you think that, like, they're just going to sit around and wait? No, this is why anytime a big AAA title finishes, you hear about all of these developers leaving a studio. And you see it all over Twitter where they're like, today's my last day and I'm moving on, because they're ready to move on to get new work. And you probably see an uptick in these remakes and these remasters because these developers they need something to do. So Santa Monica Studio, they're actually also working on a brand new IP. Now, the reality is most of these developers, when they're finished God of War Ragnarok, they're going to move over to this new IP. But depending on what stage that new IP is in, there could be quite a few developers that are, and yeah, that's true as well. A lot of these developers are also contract workers, so we need to acknowledge that as well. But there are developers that have worked on the game from start to finish who were, employees at the studio, and they decided to move on. You think about a new IP. I mean, depending on where that game is in development with the new IP that Cory Barlog's helming, there could be a big chunk of that studio that, it's going to be quite some time before we're at that point where your expertise is now in full swing. So this is why you're probably seeing, so many remasters and remakes. And I just don't think it's realistic for, like, if Sony's development teams were to, kind of like, let's just say a group of developers are kind of left with nothing to do, and it's going to be a while till they're really in the full swing of this new game and they have time to work on something else. They could technically be tasked with making a new game, but it's going to be a very, very small bite-sized game. We've actually seen some of Microsoft studios do this, and these are what you would call these smaller, single A or maybe even double A games that are kind of cranked out, and maybe they succeed, maybe they don't, while the bigger game is being worked on behind the scenes. We've actually seen that, and that's just how it is, man. That's how it is. So again, I'm not saying that to justify remakes and remasters all the time, but it's just, people only, they don't really see the bigger picture. And this is also likely why a lot of Sony's bigger games are getting multiplayer components as well. So for example, when Horizon Forbidden West finished development, most of that team, or at least a good chunk of that team, probably moved over to kind of go all hands on deck on the multiplayer game now to get that where it's got to be and get it out, You're saying I like that point, MVG, but it doesn't hold water. Well, yeah, I mean, look, I'm not an expert here, so take it for what it is. I'm just going based off of things I've heard and things I've seen and my very minimal understanding of the grand scope that is AAA game development. So please take what I'm saying with a pinch of salt. That obviously. But continuing on here, we have subtext saying, I have no problem with $20 remasters of recent games like Spider-Man. $70 remakes for games from PS3 and earlier are justified. $70 for recent games is not part of the virtuous cycle we agreed to. Yeah, and that's the thing, is you do kind of have to take into consideration the timing. And let me ask you guys this. How upset would people be with The Last of Us Part 1 being $70 and just being a thing if the game never got remastered for PS4? In my opinion, there would still be a little bit of outrage, a little bit. There always is. But I'm telling you, I think it would have went down completely differently. I think it really was the fact that Sony did this already. Like, Sony literally already did this at the beginning of the PS4 generation by remastering this game. And at the very least, what Sony could have done, because they remastered it, is anybody who bought the remaster, $10 upgrade, kind of like with the director's cut situation. This is the first time where I feel like Sony really didn't, I don't know. I think they took it too far with a single game, because subtext, I do agree with you here. Like, you think about older PS3 games that have been trapped on the PS3. Like, dude, if Sony was like, here's a Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of Patriots remake for $70 on PS5, I would absolutely, please take my money. Take my money. I'll take this product. I would not be upset at all. And that's because Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots, which is the second time it's being brought up in this podcast, actually, has been stuck on the PS3 since 2008. And that's the only place you could play it. Unless you play it through, I don't know if there's like an emulator of some kind on PC. But, that's how it is. And, oh my God, could you imagine if they did that and they're like, and here's Metal Gear Online 2 remade as well? Yeah, too good to be true. Never going to happen. But, you think about these older PS3 experiences. Yeah, I'm telling you, people wouldn't mind paying $70 for many games to be remade. But it just so happens that Sony chose to go with a game that really people were like, I don't know that we need this right now. But people bought it. So who am I to say? KD, you're saying, yo, I'll give you 10 memberships if you play God of War 1 through 3. No, you can't. It's not going to work that way, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate that gesture. But I don't think this is something that could be bought or paid for, man. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm really, I feel like KD is really, he's really being let down today. He's like, damn, MBG. Can't believe it. You're saying, is it that bad? It's not that it's that bad. It's just, I got my own way of doing things, and I see that's another thing too, is like I would never want to do something like that because I'll pay you or I'll give you this to play this, because to me that's not genuine. You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna, if my only reason for doing it is because I'm being incentivized by maybe a monetary reason, that just feels a little bit like, if the day ever comes where I feel like, you know what, I'm ready, I'm going to do it, I'm going to play through these older games. I want it to be because it's like, it's just coming from a place of, I want to do this, for me and me alone. Um, but I know KD is not going to let this die. Jerome Montgomery saying, will you play and share your thoughts on Plague Tale 2? So actually, I don't know yet, man. I'm not sure. I gotta admit, for a game like Plague Tale, huge get for Xbox Game Pass. Truly, big get for Xbox Game Pass, because right now we have a lot of games coming up, and I'm in the same position that most other people are today, where it's like, I'm having to be a little bit more thoughtful about my finances, and without going into anything because it's not necessary, but prices of things are going up, and for me it's a situation where it's like I only have so much money to put towards games in a certain period of time, like most people. Like I can't just buy every game to play, you know what I mean? Also it's a matter of time, like I said. So like Plague Tale's coming out pretty close to God of War Ragnarok. It's coming out while I'm trying to replay God of War. I don't know that it's going to be time for me to play that game. And yes, and that's where it's like Game Pass, you can see like, well, there you go. If you want Plague Tale, subscribe for $10 for 1 month and play it and enjoy it. And that's a huge get for Game Pass, but it's not even just about the money and paying for a game at this moment in time. It's also about the timing, right? It for me, it's a combination. And I feel like this is the position that a lot of gamers are in, especially every holiday season, where it's like, okay, we have all these different games coming out in a really short time frame. You have limited money, limited time. What are you picking? And I think what I'm trying to say here is I think Plague Tale is going to have to take a back seat for now. Anyway, I might get to it later on, but right now my focus is fully on God of War Ragnarok coming up. That's my focus. And after that, it's probably going to be on the Callisto Protocol. Those are the two games that for me are the priority for the remainder of the year, and then anything else could come after that. So that's where I'm at right now. But if I do ever get around to playing Plague Tale 2, I'll obviously give you my thoughts on it, because it does look great, and I'm interested to see, like, that's a game I'm interested to see the sales numbers on, because again, that is a game that's going to be available day one on Game Pass. So that'll be data worth checking out. Eric Miller, you're saying the issue is that they released these games on PS4 when they always should have been PS5 exclusives. Yeah, that's the thing about Sony with the PS5 generation compared to previous generations, is Sony has never once had an issue with making games exclusive to their new console. Big games too. Games that you could argue, should be, or could be easily be cross-gen, but Sony's like, no, we want this to be exclusive to sell our new console. I'm telling you now, guys, I really think, and we'll know going forward in 2023 if what I'm about to say is actually correct or not. I believe and I think that Sony really decided to go all in with cross-gen because of the shortage, because there was no telling how long the shortage would last. And they needed to they didn't want to see things dip. And so they're like, well, now we have to rely on our PS4, install base. Now, the reason why I say I'll find out if I'm wrong about that is because, as I said, the shortage is ending now, and it's going to be completely over by 2023. At least it seems like that, unless something else happens, which these days you never know. And so if Sony continues to announce like more big AAA cross-gen games, then at that point we know, okay, it wasn't about the shortage. Sony just doesn't seem to care about making many exclusive games for their new console anymore. So we'll find out, but I'm leaning towards it was Sony made this a different string of decisions with their games with the PS5 this generation compared to previous generations because of the shortage. However, I do want to point out we are also dealing with a very different Sony, and that's worth pointing out as well. The Sony of the PS3 era, the Sony of the PS4 era, very different. We're looking at a Sony that's like, we want hundreds of millions of players on our games. We want live service games. We want mobile. We want TV. We want movies. And we still want single player games. They want it all. So, I don't want to, jump to any conclusion definitively that, oh, it's just because of the shortage. It might not be. And I'll tell you right now, as we alluded to earlier, if Spider-Man 2 is ever announced to be a PS4 game, if that happens, yeah, it has nothing to do with the shortage at that point. That it's all purely because Jim Ryan sees 100 and almost 120 million install base, and he sees dollar signs. But that would be so dumb if that had, And the weird thing is Jim Ryan has been with PlayStation since 1994. So surely he knows that the fan base wants exclusives, like just for that console. You know what I mean? And to just move on. So I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Jerome, again, you're saying Sony is a business. We should just shut up and play. I mean, I would agree with you, but what I do on YouTube is the literal opposite of shutting up. So I actually wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment where sometimes the conversation gets so, it's like running on a hamster wheel and it's just annoying. You just want to, like, who cares? Just go play video games and enjoy them, man. Play where you want, play what you want. Life is short. Enjoy it while you're here, I totally get that sentiment. But I cannot shut up. In fact, I probably have to continue talking for another 3 hours or so. So, so thank you for that, Jerome. Let me see. You're saying Herman Holst said in his interview that Spider-Man 2 is next gen. Let me say something real quick before continuing with the rest of these super chats. Really quick. It's no offense to Herman Holst, and frankly, it's no offense to any executive at a gaming company that does an interview. But we really, at this point in time, we have to take everything that's said from any business executive at a gaming corporation with a pinch of salt. I want to believe what Herman is saying, but these interviews are constructed in a way where it's like, keep in mind, just a year ago, I think it was about a year ago, we got an interview with Herman Holst where he said, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not direct quoting, but the thing he was trying to get across is that, oh no, like, we're still prioritizing the PlayStation console player, and we're going to give a good amount of time before any games go to PC, and really kind of like wording it in a way. It's all about the wording, guys. He worded it in a way where he let it be so that if you're a PlayStation fan after he said that, and you said, well, I don't think Sony's going to put their games on the PC for maybe at least 2-3 years, like what we're seeing with Horizon Zero Dawn and God of War. He went from kind of giving that notion to PlayStation and its fan base to now he's literally saying at minimum 1 year. So it's like you can't hang on to the words they say, because the words are kind of, I'm not saying they're not important in the moment. Like, of course they are. And they're the only words we're getting from Sony. So we're going to pay attention, but you cannot hang on to them and take them as gospel for the PlayStation brand. I would look at it as anything you read that comes from Herman Hulst that comes from Jim Ryan or anybody else at Sony, take it for what it is, but also keep in mind that that could change. That could change like next year, very easily. So, and that's true as well. Subtext. It's not Herman Hulst's decisions alone. Like Herman has to basically relay what Jim Ryan and others above him are ultimately deciding on. So if anything, it's just going to make Herman look bad. But that comes with the territory, with his job. So you're saying is the Silent Hill segment in the podcast? Yeah, we'll probably talk about Silent Hill at some point because something happened with it. Something happens every week, apparently. All right, let me see. So subtext, you're saying, I heard The Last of Us 1 sold half of what Saints Row did in its number 1 week, so it may not have been a big hit. I wonder how much it'll sell past diehard fans. Yeah, I don't know if there's truth to that. I did see that a while ago, but I think there was like some missing context. Like The Last of Us came out a lot later and only had a certain amount of days compared to Saints Row. And Saints Row also is a multi-platform game. But I don't know. I don't know. To me it just seems like, look, just for the amount of controversy, right? Just for the amount of controversy that surrounded The Last of Us, I'm not saying it sold like 5 million units or is a massive big hit seller. I'm not saying that, but for all we know, it could have underperformed to Sony's expectations. But what I am trying to say is that, it seems to me that if you take into consideration all of the backlash the game got, probably should have ranked a lot lower, right? Like it maybe shouldn't have even charted with the way people were talking about it. But it's like, that's just the way it goes, I guess. KD, you're saying all this cross-gen talk is BS. Have we really seen something that can only be done on current gen? Returnal and Ratchet, maybe. It took the latter half of last gen to start seeing things like BR games. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, and that's the thing, KD. I think that this time around, what's making it a bit difficult, like different, I should say, is you're probably right. Like, a lot of the games that you would see, not all of them, but a lot of the games that you would see early on in a console generation that were exclusive, realistically, probably could run. They probably could run on the previous hardware, but they're being made exclusives to incentivize people to go buy the new console. I think what's different this time though is Sony. If you look back at the way Sony marketed the PS5, they had to really push a lot harder with the whole like this console can do things that PS4 can't do. SSD, right? Like, that a lot of stuff, IO throughput. And it's probably true, but they really leaned on this as a way, because you could tell that Sony was feeling the pressure of, the law of diminishing returns here, where it's like, how much better can it get than the PS4? Like, realistically, with your games. And, it's you could tell Sony just kind of felt the pressure where like, we really have to up the ante here. We have to give people a good reason. If we want the PS5 to be more successful than the PS4, we really have to push this console and let people know like it can do stuff that's just not possible on the PS4. And it's this is true with every console generation, at least up until this point. Yeah, like instant load times and stuff like that. But again, you kind of see this shift with Sony where it's like Sony went from pushing the PS5 so hard, like this is next gen, get this console, to very quickly and games on PC and live service. Oh, and mobile. And there is something I want to bring up to you guys, and I'm gonna get to these super chats. I just need to bring this up right now though, because I might forget about it. I forgot to write this down, and I'm glad I remembered. Because there was something that Herman Hulst said that did not sit well with me. Okay, this was some like, I hope he just like misspoke or something. And I'm not trying to make a bigger deal out of this than it has to be, but to me, this is the absolute last thing that I ever want to see from Sony, and I think we're about to see it. So what I'm talking about, I forget which interview it was exactly with Herman Holst. Maybe I think it was with Axios, or maybe it was Famitsu, but it was one of them. But what he was talking about was their push into mobile gaming. Nothing new. Okay, we know that Sony's pushing into mobile gaming, but there was one thing he said about it specifically that I was like, I had to do a triple take because I'm like, excuse me? What? So he said that, and I'm paraphrasing, but this is what he said, okay? Like this is what he was conveying. He said that they are currently developing AAA mobile games, and we just saw them buy a AAA mobile development studio. And he said that they're looking into making some of these games cross-play with PS5. Now, I need you to just let that marinate for a moment, okay? He wants there to be cross-play between these mobile AAA games with the PS5 console. Okay, so my problem here is, Herman, are you telling me that you are currently developing AAA mobile games that are going to be released on PS5? And you're going to try to market these games as PS5 games that we should be playing on our PS5s? See, this is where, if this is where I'm saying, like, I hope you're saying like Fortnite then. And yeah, I guess that's true. Like Fortnite, the mobile version is, but I am not a fan of this, man. I'm not, and this is the stuff that makes me real nervous. I'm going to get to Katie's super chat. That's funny. This is the stuff that makes me really nervous because it's like, here's the thing. You know how you said like Fortnite? Yes, that's true. But here's the difference. But as far as I'm aware, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, if I'm remembering incorrectly, the difference is, though, I'm certain that Fortnite was developed as a PC console experience first. And then over time, it eventually made sense where it's like, well, actually, we can port this because it's not the most graphically demanding game. We can port this to mobile. And it's just a game that people would like to play on mobile. Maybe I'm remembering this wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the situation. The thing that really bothers me about him saying this with PlayStation and their studios is they're literally buying mobile game studios. So it's pretty clear that some games, some PS5 games that are in development right now, and I'm telling you, man, this is a tough pill to swallow. Some PlayStation 5 games that are going to release in the future that are in development right now are being created on mobile platforms for mobile platforms and will make their way to PS5. That is disgusting. That is horrific. That is as a premium AAA PlayStation console gamer, that is literally the nightmare scenario right there. And I'm not saying that all of Sony studios are doing this. No, I'm not saying Naughty Dog is making a mobile game right now, or Santa Monica Studio making a mobile game that's eventually going to be ported to the PS5. I'm not saying that. But just the fact that this is something that Sony is pursuing and that we are going to see, that is insane to me. Like, I just would have never expected that this is something Sony would have pursued. And if there's one thing I've pushed back on for a long time, I have a high tolerance level, guys, for casuals, I guess you could say. Like, I understand the casual market to a degree. I can sometimes come off as a bit of a casual myself. I get it. Like, not everybody has to be a hardcore looking for the most intense experience. No, but mobile is where that's my limit. Okay? Like when I look at the mobile marketplace, the mobile gaming space, it's like this to me is the most egregious aspect of it. Um, and I like when I think of games like Call of Duty, for example, Call of Duty has a premium AAA game that is crafted for the console and the PC. And if you play Call of Duty mobile, that's not what you're getting. That's not what you're getting. You're getting a different version of Call of Duty that is crafted for mobile. At least, I don't know, maybe that's changed with Warzone. Maybe that's changed. Like, I don't know if when you're playing Warzone on console, you're also playing with mobile players, because I haven't played Warzone. I haven't played Warzone in a long time. So maybe you guys can let me know about that. You're saying Genshin Impact is one of the biggest games in the world, and it's also crossed with console, PC, and mobile. That's true. That's true. Yeah, and I can't deny that. You're saying what game is on your phone right now, MBG? Nothing. I don't play games on my phone. I have the only thing I have on my phone is the oh my god, I'm drawing a blank on it. Oh my god, what is the name? The Remote Play. Took me long enough. I have the Remote Play app on my phone. You're saying Warzone is on mobile, but not crossplay. It's Warzone 1. Yeah, and that's like again, I don't want to like I don't want to jump off the deep end. Like again, I'm not saying that this is going to ruin Sony. This is the worst thing that ever happened. It's not that, but it's just like that was one thing he said, that if there's anything that made me a little bit nervous, like, oh god, I'm not like, look, I could be wrong. I could be eating my words. Okay? I could see a situation where Sony announces a game at like maybe a showcase or an event, and I'm like, oh my god, that looks awesome. And then they're like, it's a PS5 mobile/mobile game crossplay, and I'm like, really? You know, I could see that happening, and I would eat my words in that moment. It's like, well, I guess I don't have anything to be worried about because that game looks awesome, and it just happens to also be playable on mobile, and that's fine. You know, that's fine. Like, I'm not gonna. Again, if there's one thing I've learned with PlayStation these days is not to jump to conclusions. All right, not to assume the best, but not to assume the worst, but to just kind of have. Obviously, I'm going to have my own feelings and thoughts, but to me, that just makes me nervous because I'm not a mobile gamer. And granted, you could say that maybe it's because of my lack of experience, because, you know, that's true. I didn't think about that. That's my ignorance kind of showing, where it's like, you mentioned Genshin Impact, and like, as far as I'm aware, people who are playing that game on console love it on console just as much as they love playing it on mobile. So again, I don't want to get ahead of myself. There are examples clearly of this working. And I guess what I'm trying to say is I hope, again, trying to be hopeful here. You're saying, MBG, maybe you should play some good quality mobile games. Yeah, maybe you're right. I guess I'll just say I'm really hopeful that if this is what Sony's going to pursue, which it is, that they don't mess it up and that they do it right, because we could get a great game is a great game. You know, it's just the mobile market. I'm so ignorant to it because the last time I looked at it, and it was a long time ago, so surely things have changed, but the mobile market makes me very nervous because that was always the place where it was like the most casual of the most casual of the most casual who do not care. And you know, they're out here buying gems for nothing. And you know what I mean? Like, just these predatory practices were allowed to not only exist, but they were encouraged. And granted, again, I know mobile gaming has probably changed a lot because, you know, the tech has improved in smartphones, obviously, and developers can now do a lot more with mobile games than previously. So I'm a little bit nervous. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit nervous, but, you know, I'm hoping that maybe Sony can do it right, I guess. Kitford, you're saying, to be honest, Horizon Zero Dawn is one of my favorite games of all time. I put over 200 hours into it, plus more than 300 into Horizon Forbidden West. I will buy the remaster. not to mention the multiplayer. Yeah, so the multiplayer I'm actually really interested in. Um, Michael, you're saying it didn't change. Well, I guess I'll find out soon enough. Sony will be the ones to do it. They'll be like, "Go try our mobile game," and I'll be like, "Okay." Um, but yeah, Kitford, I gotta admit, like I did enjoy Horizon Zero Dawn, but I don't know, like it was to me, it was like a masterpiece. I'm like, yeah, this is a masterpiece. The story was amazing, the gameplay was good and unique. But looking back on it, I guess it's one of those games where it's like I feel satisfied with it. I don't feel the need to revisit it or replay it. It's still, I'm just totally satiated with that. However, the multiplayer game, I gotta admit, I was kind of hoping Guerrilla was doing something completely new and different with their multiplayer game, but it makes sense that they're gonna try to essentially chase the Monster Hunter success. Because for those who don't know, Monster Hunter is Capcom's most successful video game franchise by like a mile. So if you think about which game franchise Sony has that could, kind of be translated into that type of experience, a hunting type game, co op, taking down big monsters, in this case, machines, you know, um, Gorilla makes the most sense, and the Horizon universe makes the most sense. So I'm interested in it for sure. I want to see what that looks like. I hope it's good. And what I'm most curious about is if it's going to be free to play. That's what I'm most curious about. But you're saying you put 200 into Zero Dawn and 300 in the Horizon Forbidden West. Yeah, man. I mean, dude. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, it makes sense for you to want to buy the remaster, though, man, because you put so much time into these games. Like, clearly for you, it's like you're a mega fan of this series, and so it's like, even if it was overpriced, if you know you're going to enjoy it, who cares? That's your prerogative, man. Jerome Montgomery saying if Overwatch was made by a PlayStation studio, uh, you would give it a chance. LOL, maybe out of curiosity. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, man. You're probably right because the thing is, getting a game like Overwatch 2 or something very much like that, it reminds me of Destruction All Stars. This. Well, no, see, I don't want to say that either because Destruction All Stars was made by a studio that I wasn't really familiar with, Lucid Games, and it was given out for free on PlayStation Plus, and during a time when there wasn't much to play. Let me put it to you this way: if we'll just use Guerrilla Games, if they were like, "Here's our multiplayer game," and it was very, very similar, it was like basically an Overwatch clone. Immediately, I would be like, I don't know, I don't. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna like that. But if it was free to play, yeah, because it's Guerrilla Games, because it's PlayStation Studios, I'm not gonna lie, I would give it a try. Um, but it wouldn't surprise. Like the most likely outcome of that situation is I would probably play it for a little bit and be like, I don't know that this is for me, and that yeah, and so I will admit there is a little bit of bias there, but realistically, if Sony decides to make their own hero shooter game, I really don't know that I'm gonna get into something like that. I could, but I've never really been into them. I've never been into the hero shooter type experiences. So you're saying Alien Isolation is on mobile? Really? That's pretty surprising. I wouldn't expect that a game like that to be on mobile. Yeah, again, like I don't mean to be doom and gloom because there are some positive things for sure from these interviews with Herman Holst that we're gonna get to. Um, Sonyverse 2.1, a member for 19 months. You're saying, MBG, are you ready for the remake collection of Metal Gear Solid now that Konami is re-releasing the titles? Well, absolutely, man. Absolutely. As I alluded to earlier, if that's something Konami's actually pursuing, I'll be a day one buyer of that for sure. I want to go back and I want to experience Metal Gear again, but I want to experience a more modern, up to date version of it for sure. Uh, Josh, you're saying great to see PlayStation has grown their Prestige Studios, and they're collaborating like Fire Sprite and Gorilla, Santa Monica and Bluepoint. Hypes me up. Absolutely, man. This is where I'm saying, like, I'm telling you, this is the strength of PlayStation Studios. It's the fact that they have so much talent, they're so massive, and they're all, kind of intertwining with one another and helping each other out. And they're helping each other grow and get better. That is awesome. I agree. I love to see that. By the way, guys, we have over 700 people here hanging out with me. So a big thank you for that, for sure. Please do me a favor and hit that like button. We could easily crush 400 likes if everybody contributes. So please do that for me. Get a little drink of water here. Okay. Man, had the heat running a little bit today, and it's the dry heat always I get like a humidifier, I think. Dries up my sinuses a little bit. So yeah, thank you to everybody who hits the like button. Continuing here, we have Dober Squad. And you're saying, I thought God of War was heading to ancient Egypt after Ragnarok. We don't know, man. We don't know. To be honest, I don't think anybody really knows. I don't know. I don't even know if Santa Monica right now knows where they're going after Ragnarok. Maybe Corey does. Maybe Corey has it all outlined. But yeah, ancient Egypt. I think that's what people were saying that they would love to see. You're saying you'd love to see ancient China or Japan. I think I don't think it really matters. I think wherever. I mean, we don't even know. Is Kratos going to be there? Is Kratos going to be moving on to another realm? I mean, I think the assumption is yes, he will, but you never know. You never know. Omar, you're saying you hope they bring back Killzone? Yeah, I think a lot of people would love to see the return of Killzone. Yeah, so Dober Squad, right now we don't know if the series is going to be heading to ancient Egypt after Ragnarok, but I've seen quite a few people speculate that is the next logical place to go, and I mean, it would be really interesting. It certainly would be. So yeah, you got it. You do got to wonder after Ragnarok. I mean, I don't like to think like this because it's like the game isn't even out yet, but you can't help but wonder, where will they go next? What will the next God of War look like? Kratos versus Jesus. Oh man. Yeah, I don't think that would ever happen. I don't I don't think that would ever happen. That would be very interesting if it did, though. Candlefire22, you're saying at the very least you should play God of War 3. Runs at a locked 1080p 60, graphics aren't dated, and the gameplay is solid. Story is only like 12 hours. Easy. Maybe. I can give that a solid maybe, because you're right. They do have a PS4 version of that, and still pretty. Like, that game doesn't feel that, like, really that old to me. We'll see where I'm at. We'll see how long it takes. Like, right now, I think I'm more concerned that I'm not even going to be able to finish God of War 2018, because, like, I don't play games the same way that some people do, where I've seen some people saying that they're going to be blasting through God of War Ragnarok in like a weekend, and I'm like, dude, I can't play games like that. I just can't. I can't even enjoy it that way. For me, like, when I hear about a game taking, like, for example, God of War Ragnarok, apparently the story is going to be like 20 hours. That's a long time. Like, that's pretty good. It took me a long time to complete games like Days Gone and Horizon Forbidden West and Ghost of Tsushima. Like, I literally would play these games, I think, for a couple months straight before I fully did everything in them. So a solid single player story that can take 20 hours plus side quests, basically 40 hours for everything. Yeah, I'm not going to be blasting through that game in a weekend or in a week, let alone a weekend. I just don't play games like that. So, yeah, that's why I'm replaying God of War 2018, and I'm beginning to think, like, did I start playing it too late? Because I'm not trying to blast through the game, you know? Like I'm trying to kind of take my time with it, but how many weeks were you playing Final Fantasy VII Remake? You know, Final Fantasy VII Remake is a little bit different because that was a game I actually did find myself getting, like, I guess maybe because of the time, like maybe there's just less going on, but there were times where I was like spending like up to 6 hours within a play session, and that is abnormal for me. Um, and I think I put like what 43, 45 hours roughly into that game, something like that. So that took me about, I think it took me about a month to complete, a month and 1 week maybe. Um, and I did play the Yuffie DLC as well. So I think about a month because I remember like pretty much talking about that game throughout the entire month of July and even maybe the very beginning of August on the channel. Subtext, you're saying you like savoring a game. That's how I am too. Yeah, I'm that way. Also because you know I do have other things going on in my life, and I can't. It's not really practical for me to spend a ridiculous amount of time, you know, on any given day, just locked into like a single game. But it does happen occasionally. So we'll see, Kendall Fire. Parasolo, you're saying, hey MBG, are you getting Modern Warfare 2? Did you try the beta? So I did talk about this, but just to let you know, I did try the beta, and I'm passing on Modern Warfare 2. It does have a single player campaign, but you know, I watched the trailer for it, and it's just not doing it for me, man. It's just not. I think I'm retiring Call of Duty finally. I didn't enjoy the beta really at all. I just didn't. I appreciate the triple anus. I appreciate the triple anus of Modern Warfare 2. The graphics look great. It's smooth. You know, everything looks good about it, but you know, you're saying $70 for a remake but passing on COD. Well, no, here's the thing, man. I don't want to make it sound like, oh, I hate Call of Duty and I'm you know, I've always despised. No, dude, I've said it before on the channel and I'll say it again. I have been playing Call of Duty for years, man. Like they've gotten my money probably just so consistently. And the reality is my cycle with Call of Duty and the reason why I feel like I'm going to pass on it this year, and I am going to pass on it, is because it's the same thing every single year with me, where I get caught up in the launch hype, and there's like a small honeymoon phase where like for the first 2 weeks I'm like, this is great, and then after that, by the third, fourth, and especially the fifth week, I'm like, I don't think I want to play this anymore, and I feel bad because I'm like, but I bought it again, and I'm gonna drop it this quick. And so what I usually actually try to do in order to justify, and I did the same thing with The Last of Us actually, is I platinum some Call of Duties, not every single one, but I would platinum the games with the campaign and play zombies, and it's not like I didn't get my money's worth out of it necessarily, but it's just I'm just ready to retire from Call of Duty. And I don't think Modern Warfare 2 is like a bad game. Again, I didn't really enjoy the multiplayer beta too much, but I can see why people are excited for it. But you know, I'm ready. Honestly, I'm just ready for something new that's not Call of Duty. You know, it's just like I played PUBG for a long time, and for some reason, like no other game tried to copy PUBG specifically, at least not that I can recall on console from like another publisher. You know, most companies tried to copy like Fortnite, which I'm not interested in. What I think I'm looking for at this point is I want to see, since Sony is getting involved in the multiplayer live service competitive space, I want to see some of their multiplayer games and what they can do. Like, you know, I'm almost over here thinking like I've been conditioned to kind of make Call of Duty year after year like my go-to, I guess you could say, junk food like game, like just multiplayer, get in a couple rounds, and that's it. Maybe every couple days or throughout the week, whatever. I want to see like maybe the upcoming Last of Us multiplayer game could do that for me, and that's why I'm so excited for it, because it's like I always like to have multiplayer experiences. I do, but I'm just ready for something that feels different for me at this point. And when I look at what Sony's doing with some of their studios, that's why I get so excited about The Last of Us, because I'm like, okay, we've never seen a full AAA multiplayer experience from Naughty Dog. So regardless of how this turns out, this is going to be something brand new, never seen from this studio. And that, to me, sounds like that has potential, and that gets me excited. And, when I think about what Sucker Punch did with Ghost of Tsushima Legends, Ghost of Tsushima Legends was an offshoot thing. That wasn't even a full-blown game. That wasn't even a full-blown multiplayer experience. It seemed like it was, but it was still relatively small. And it's like, I'm sure they're working on a full-blown multiplayer game as well. I wonder what that's going to be like, So, unfortunately, I'm going to be passing on, or maybe fortunately, depending on how you look at it, I'm going to be passing on Modern Warfare 2. And I'll see what, the reality too, before I continue on here, is I just want to say Treyarch has always been my favorite Call of Duty developer, more so than Infinity Ward. So I know Treyarch is next up. I don't know when their game's coming out, but if I get back into Call of Duty, there's a decent chance it'll be with Treyarch's next title. I've always enjoyed that. And I heard that apparently Advanced Warfare 2 is coming from Sledgehammer Games after Treyarch, and I'm like, what? Like, really? Advanced Warfare 2? Really? And I'm just like, okay, if you guys say so. Jerome, you're saying if the big games came to PS4, casuals will not upgrade. That's true. That's true. That's another reason why I don't think Spider-Man 2 is going to come to PS4, because I think if there's any game that Sony kind of has in the pipeline, you have Final Fantasy 16 and Spider-Man 2. Those two games, I think, are truly the two aces in the hole, so to speak, to get people to go buy PS5s. Like, I think those two games are going to make people upgrade if they haven't yet. And again, that combined with the fact that Sony should have more consoles available, it just seems obvious, in my opinion. KD, you're saying, MBG, knock it off. You wouldn't say any of this stuff to Herman's face. Dude is deezed, and he's the real muscle bound gaming. He knows karate too. Oh, hey man, hey, you're right. I'm not gonna front it. Not because I'm necessarily intimidated by Herman Hulst, but I'm not. Whoa, man, I'm not violent like that. I'm not gonna get in Herman's face and be like, "Yo, you better knock it off with these mobile games, Herman. If you know it's good for you." Like, I mean, damn. I'll probably get me in a headlock or something at that point. No, but, honestly, I would. It's just a situation where it's just talk right now. You know what I mean? It's just talk right now from Herman and from Sony. And that's what's tough, is like, it's really hard to know what these games are going to be like, what to expect, because we've never seen Sony do this before. And they're talking to us now saying, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're working on right now. And this is what you're going to see. And it's like, until then, until we see it for ourselves, all we can go off of is our imaginations and what we've seen other developers do as well. So you're saying, bro, you wouldn't stand a chance against Herman. Well, I mean, dude, if he's hey man, I don't know much about Herman Hulst on a personal level, but he does seem kind of like the type that would unexpectedly be like a 10th degree black belt, and you just never know. And yeah, I'm good, man. I don't have any beef with Herman Hulst. I respect Herman Hulst. I think he's cool, man. I like listening to Herman talk, because he's the head of Sony's first party, and I feel like if there's anybody that the two people that come out these days and talk occasionally that I think are worth listening to. I mean, obviously, I'm going to listen to what Jim Ryan says as well, but I don't know. I like to hear from Herman and Shuhei Yoshida, but now you like listening to Herman talk. Yeah, dude, I love Herman, man. Herman's great. Please don't beat me up, Herman. Please don't beat me up. In the next podcast, he's gonna kick down my door, come in here, and just straight up axe kick me out of my chair. That's awesome, though. But yeah, no, the thing that I always respect the most about Herman Holst, in all seriousness, is the fact that this dude comes from game development, and that's the most important thing. Like he's been there at Guerrilla Games. He was the one who spearheaded a brand new AAA IP in Horizon Zero Dawn, and made it a big hit. And I think that, I think he's the guy. I do. I think him and Shuhei Yoshida working together, Herman with the AAA stuff, Shu with the indie stuff, I think that's a good combo. So, all right, let me see here. So thank you for that, Katie. PlayStation Pete, you're saying, what if all PS4 games get remastered on PS5? And what if the PS6 is digital only? I think I'm assuming when you say all PS4 games, you're really referring to like the big PS4 games, and I don't know. I don't think that could ever happen, simply due to just the sheer amount of resources that would take and eat up. I mean, I think a lot of PS4 games in the end will get remastered and remade, but if you take like the top 100 or even if you take like the top 200 PS4 games. Yeah, you're saying he means PlayStation hits. Yeah, that's what I'm taking that as. I could see most of them eventually getting remastered or remade, but not necessarily all of them. Like I could see us well into the PlayStation 6 generation and people like basically asking Sony to, like I could see people asking Sony to remake or remaster certain PS4 games, right? Like I could see it. I could see it happening. But I think most of them will get it. And you talk about the PS6 being digital only. It is going to be digital only, man. The PlayStation 6 is going to be digital only. I know what you're talking about, though. I know what you mean. You're basically saying you can only buy games digitally. You're not going to be able to buy discs. Well, the way the PS6 is probably going to work is the base model is going to be digital. So if you buy a PS5 at launch, you're going to be getting a digital model, but you can add to your order, or maybe they will have a bundle with the attachable disc drive. Apparently the disc drive going forward after 2023 for Sony and their consoles is going to be an add-on. It's not going to be something that's built into the console. And I know it's a tough pill to swallow if you're a physical enthusiast, but the reality is like, a lot of people, I mean, over 75% of people now are buying their games digitally. It's just something that Sony's going to do. My thing is, I'm going to be really, 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 really upset, truthfully, if Sony, let's just say it's like 2027, 2028, and Sony's getting ready to reveal, we're building up and we're hearing rumors about the PlayStation 6. If one of the rumors we hear, and it turns out to be true, is that they're not gonna allow, like, disc PlayStation content is ending. PlayStation 6 will only be digital with only digital games. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna BS you guys. I'm not gonna say I won't buy it and I won't buy PlayStation games at that point. I'll have no choice. I will push back against it. I will express my anger and my frustration. But man, that would be so disheartening. And that would, if Microsoft, like, if we see a scenario, just imagine this, just to put it in perspective. If Sony were to be like, the PlayStation 6, no more physical games, but Microsoft is like Xbox Series XS, SL, X, whatever their console is going to be, Elite 2.0, and they're like, we will have discs. I'm telling you now, I would support Microsoft probably just for this. I would still buy PlayStation, but I would also support Microsoft just for still supporting discs. But truthfully speaking, I don't see that happening, man. I just don't. Like, I just don't see Sony ripping that Band-Aid off. Even thinking about like the next generation coming in 2027 or 2028, maybe sooner than that, depending. But I don't think so. I just don't see it, man. Like Sony, I'm sure Sony is aware, like because if you think about it, you can't be the company, dude. You can't. You can't be the company that just 2 generations ago was putting out a video ripping your competition to shreds, being like, this is how you share games, and showing somebody passing a disc, a physical disc copy of a game to somebody else. You can't be the company that does that and then also be the company that says, no more disc games. Like, you just can't. You can't. I feel like digital only consoles should be a thing for PlayStation with the PlayStation 7. I don't know, man. I feel like the PS6 is too soon. I do. You're saying that was almost 10 years ago. Nobody remembers. I mean, yeah, you might be right. If 75% became 85%, no one can blame Sony at that point. But the thing that doesn't make sense to me is it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just get this feeling that there has to be a way for Sony to allow discs to play on their console, even if it just remains an external attachment. I just feel like until the day comes where it's like Sony can announce less than 1% of our audience is buying this disc drive attachment. And that's the thing. The reason why, just so you guys know, the reason why Sony wants to do the detachable disc drive, if you think about it, it's because they're hoping they're going to see how many people are going to go out of their way to pay for that, to pay more money for the disc drive. Because what Sony is hoping is if they're, right now you have maybe 75, close to 80% roughly people buying their games digitally on PlayStation. Let's flash forward to 2025. By that point, the new model of the PS5 is what's been sold for almost 2 years now. The version that's digital only with a detachable disc drive that you can buy separately. What if no one's buying the disc drive? What if more and more people are just like buying the PS5 for maybe like, I don't know, let's just say $400. Let's say that's how much it'll be because it'll be a digital console. And only like, I don't know, by that point you see digital consumption make its way to 88, maybe 90%. You see, if that were to happen, I don't know, man, that would be walking the line where it's like Sony's just trying to gently nudge everybody there. You know what I mean? That's the point of a detachable disc drive. You're saying, MBG, the detachable disc drive isn't what you think it is. It's for playing PS1, 2, 3, and PSP and Vita games. I don't think so, man. I'm going to be honest. I don't think so. I highly, highly doubt that. I'm telling you, the detachable disc drive is Sony's way of just very subtly nudging people over, like, go buy this $400 PS5 and don't really pay attention to the fact that it's digital only. If you do, though, no need to get upset. We have a disc drive for you here. You see what I'm saying? It's like, because people need to understand that it's in Sony's best interest financially to have people buy games from the PlayStation Store. And I it feels like the walls are closing in, guys. I'm going to be real with you right now. It feels like if you're somebody who still likes to buy your games physically and you like to order your games off of Amazon or go into the store and buy a boxed copy of the next big AAA game or whatever game it is you want to buy, it feels like the walls are closing in, and I don't know how much time is left, man. So it's difficult. Like as much as I want to say there's no way the PS6 will be digital only and you can only buy games from the PlayStation Store, we have no idea when the PS6 is coming out. And I'll tell you, if the PS6 comes out and Sony's latest financial report of that year is like 95% of people, 96% of people are now buying their games digitally, yeah, you could easily see Sony being like, we're not doing discs anymore. It would be, see, something else though. Here, you have to think about this though. Here's something else to consider. Here's a big reason why Sony, I believe, absolutely cannot go digital only with the PlayStation 6: backwards compatibility. All right, you can't turn to millions of people who bought PS5s and potentially millions of people who bought some discs, some games on disc, and say you can't play these games now. You know, that would be that would be some really, really, really bad PR for Sony if that happened. So good question, PlayStation Pete. Primal Plasma, member 19 months, you're saying the bait and switch happens with Nintendo Switch eShop too. You see the mobile games being ported to Switch with no right being ported to a console. Yeah, dude. And you know, that's the thing. I'm going to be honest, man. I was going on that rant earlier about the mobile market, but I can't I can't sit here and make it sound like when I check the PlayStation Store, it doesn't look like a mobile game store frequently. Even today, I booted up my PlayStation and, you know, I went to go see the newest releases on the PlayStation Store, and literally 85% of it just straight garbage. And I'm talking literal garbage, not like, oh, that game looks bad or it's an indie game. No, I mean, literally like the Jumping Chicken Wing 3, you know, like it's like, what the, this is a joke, bro. You know, I really wish Sony wouldn't let these games on, because I can't help it. I can't help it. Like, I know that it's like these games should have a right to exist. I guess I'm not going there. That conversation is ridiculous to me, but these games are a joke. They're an actual joke. And I just think it's uncool, man. I just think it's uncool. Yeah, Sony does need to clean up the PlayStation Store. They absolutely do. I mean, they should literally create a category called it's just like a certain category you can click called like miscellaneous games. Okay, where just these games that have no right being on the PlayStation Store, that's where they can exist. That's what Sony should do. I think that's a good compromise. Rather than completely get rid of them, just give them their own section that people have to find. Because I'm telling you, if you're somebody who cares about the jumping donut and the jumping hot dog and the jumping whatever the hell, and or press X to pet or something like that, yeah, and put Abandoned in there too. Put Abandoned in there too. If you're somebody who's actually interested in those games, then you'll go find them. You'll go find them in the store in a separate category. So, KD, you're saying MBG is literally asking for a body slam from Herman Hulst at this point. Do y'all hear this guy right now? Dude, this is funny, man. I love this. I love this notion of like Herman Hulst just being all smiles on camera and all nice, and he just, like, you know, when the cameras turn off, he takes off his piece and just goes and completely body slams MBG through a table. Like, what'd you say about my mobile games? Go ahead, MBG. Keep telling me how you don't want those mobile games. That's funny shit, man. I love it. All right. KD coming in with the with the jokes. Oh man, I love it. Axis Hawk, you're saying, fun fact, Sony's most profitable game is on mobile. Really? I feel like I should know this. Which game is that though? Please tell me, because I do believe that. I do believe that. It's time for some Tekken 8. Fate something. Didn't did they acquire? Didn't they acquire them Fate Grand Order, or did they? I don't know. Did they? Jay Shako is rolling right now. That's funny. Yeah, I feel like that wasn't that. I swear I read something about that being it was acquired. Or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. See, this is what I mean. I'm not too familiar with the mobile stuff. My only hope, truthfully, with my oh, hold on, guys. Sorry about that. My my TV turned on. I think my son connected the device he's using to it. Before you know it, you're gonna start hearing like kid shows. Oh man, he's doing it again. He keeps connecting it to the TV next to me. You're just gonna start hearing like Johnny, yes, Papa, coming up or something. So I gotta keep an eye on that. Saying cat trouble. Actually, no, I don't think. By the way, can anybody read the sign behind me? I have a sign back there. It's been updated next to the pumpkin. I don't know if anybody can hear that. Saying Hope Little Man is good. Yeah, he's doing real good, man. He's doing real good. He's nice and healthy, nice and strong. Got a set of lungs on him, that's for sure. You guys can't see it. Now I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it and see if anybody. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if it's too far away, but I'll leave it for a little bit. Oh, Space Gambler Jr. Space Gambler Jr. is close. I'll leave it there. I'll see if people can make out what it says. It was updated today, so you let me know. Oh, I just slammed my. You let me know if you figure it out. Josh, you're saying checkerboard 4K / upscaled 4K looks just as good to me as native 4K. Sometimes a better combo. That with VRR pushing games over 100 FPS is a PS5 Pro needed. Probably not, honestly. Probably not. MBG Fate Grand Order was made by a subsidiary game dev from Sony. It's the most successful game to ever exist to this day. Really? That's crazy. I guess it makes sense then, man. It all comes into perspective, doesn't it? It all comes into perspective. So Highlinkson, I don't know if I'm saying it right, Kitten, saying Death Stranding 2 hat off 100K. Yeah, there you go. You got it. That's actually exactly what it says. So there you go. Now you know. I'm gonna have to change it to something else now. I guess that was too easy. But then again, I didn't really take into account how far away it was, so I don't know. It was probably easy this whole time. Death Stranding 2 hat off at 100K. Yeah, hat off at 100K. That's where we're at. That's where I am at this point in my life. All right. But yeah, Josh, I actually completely agree with you, man. Seeing what games can achieve on the PS5 hardware at this point, it really does make you question if a PS5 Pro is needed. And I'm going to say a PS5 Pro isn't needed because at this point, we really are seeing that, the law of diminishing returns kind of kick in here to a degree. And we're going to see less and less of a leap forward. I'd rather Sony save whatever they feel that they can put into a Pro console. Save that for the PlayStation 6. I feel like it's going to need it. And I feel like if they make a Pro PS5, it's going to take away from what the PlayStation 6 could offer. I've been happy with the PS5, and we're still very much seeing. We're still very much seeing just, even Sony's development team still kind of scratching the surface to a degree of what they can really extract out of the PS5. Axis Hawk, you're saying Fate Grand Order, Sony mobile game made $5.4 billion. That is bonkers. That's actually insane. I didn't know that. I feel like I should have known that. But again, that's just how it is, man. I don't pay too much attention to the mobile space. And I mean, dude, if I was Sony and I was looking around and it's like, so this mobile game made me $4.5 billion. why am I not making some more mobile games here? I mean, yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Josh Z, I'm actually running pretty behind on these super chats. Josh Z, you're saying depends on the quality. I think gotcha leads the misconception that all mobile is bad. I would like to see if big developers can make more quality AAA. Yeah, and that's the thing. You're probably right. I probably do have the misconception that all mobile games are basically gotcha games. And the reality is there probably are some quality mobile games, and I'm being a little bit unfair here. So I don't mean to be that way, but at this point, what I'm really hoping for out of Sony with all of this is just balance. That's all it is. I don't want to see Sony become unbalanced and misaligned. I want to see them be able to properly tackle everything that they are trying to do with their new roadmap being outlined and their ambitions and their plans, because it makes sense. It makes sense that they want to pursue these different avenues, and I'm not about things. I don't believe that things shouldn't change at all, or that Sony shouldn't pursue anything different or new. I just hope that they achieve a good balance, and I don't want to see something else that we consider good ever have to suffer because of something else that maybe we would consider not so good taking the priority. That's all. So, but we're still so early with this. This is such a big shift from PlayStation. It's going to take quite a few years till we see it really in full effect. So yeah, I agree with that, Josh C. Thank you. Broccoli Rob, you're saying, yo, MBG, PSVR 2, are you going to pre-order? I hope to, man. I hope to. I don't know when we're going to be able to pre-order. I don't know what the price of PSVR 2 is going to be. And I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to afford it at the time. Because, yeah, I mean, the biggest concern for me, I probably will be able to afford it. The biggest concern for me is most likely going to be getting the pre-order in, similar with the PS5. So at this point, I'm just waiting for Sony to kind of let everybody know, when's PSVR 2 coming out? How much is it going to be? Do we have more games that are going to be announced for it? This is, again, this is why I still think there's going to be a showcase, because it's like Sony has a whole new piece of hardware that's coming out in seemingly a couple of months, guys. At the very least, it's coming out, or at the very latest, by March of next year. So it's like, I feel like Sony's gonna have to have a show where PSVR 2 is playing a pretty big role in it. Maybe not. They could just decide to roll out this information piece by piece. That's what they've been doing so far, but I don't think it's doing a very good job at building the hype for it. So, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna pre-order as soon as it drops, and I hope I'm able to successfully do so. PlayStation Pete, you're saying, what if all? I think I read that. I read that out of order. So actually, let me make sure I didn't miss any. Oh wait, no, PlayStation Pete. I think you sent this super chat twice, man. Well, thank you. Basically, it turns out to be a $10 super chat, so thank you for that, man. But you asked again, what if all PS5 exclusives get remastered on PS5, and what if the PS6 is digital only? So appreciate that. Thanks, bud. Hicksock, you're saying remasters are not an issue, lack of new stuff is. And yeah, I think that's another problem too. I think that's why this Horizon Zero Dawn remaster, again, we're coming off of the latest PlayStation release from Sony is a $70 remake. Then, again, it's like that joke I made on Twitter where I was like, gee, I sure hope Sony announces a PlayStation showcase, and before I could even finish my sentence, somebody's out here screaming, there's rumors of a Horizon Zero Dawn remaster, and it's like okay. The problem right now is simple. And I'm not saying it's a serious problem, because frankly, Sony has a massive game coming out in just 1 month. 1 month from now, the biggest game probably since the launch of the PS5 is dropping, all right? So I'm not saying this is a huge problem, but it is still a problem, at least when it comes to the way people are perceiving PlayStation and what's being dominated by the conversation. People are just eager for Sony to make some new game announcements, and that's all it is. That's literally all it is. And I'm telling you, all this negativity surrounding PlayStation, while some of it is warranted and some of it is fair, what we consider the fake over the top outrage and people just kind of jumping off the deep end, this is going to be instantly eradicated the second Sony has another show, whether it's this month, December, next year, doesn't matter when. The second that happens, just like that, it's no one's unless and I don't think this would ever happen, but unless Sony has a bad show, like a showcase where they're like showing first party games that are not impressive or something, I don't ever see that being a thing for Sony. So I just, I think that's another reason why a lot of PlayStation fans are feeling just a little bit more antsy and eager for Sony to announce that showcase, because it's like, we feel like we've gotten the bad news. We've had to deal with some of the controversies. We got the $70 remake. Now let's and we got God of War coming. And I see people kind of act like, oh, we're ungrateful. PlayStation fans are being ungrateful because they're asking for a showcase when Sony's about to launch one of their biggest games. It's like, I don't think that's true. I don't think PlayStation fans are being ungrateful. I think that it's just possible to be incredibly excited for God of War Ragnarok and be ready to play that game day one, but also have a desire to want to be also excited about some new game announcements and stuff to look forward to coming down the line. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And so, yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see. But I do think that is kind of a problem right now, where Sony does, I think, need to start talking more about some new stuff. Because, you see here on my, on the title of my podcast, says Sony outlines roadmap for PlayStation. Obviously, that's referring to the interviews that Herman Hulst did. The roadmap is not necessarily revealing the new games yet and the stuff that people, really want to know about. Because we continue to hear Sony talk about mobile, live service, and still continuing to support single player games. And Herman's doing his rounds and doing his interviews, but it's like, all right, yeah, we know this, but like, okay, like show us, that's all. Just show us some of these games. And granted, they probably still need some time, but I don't know, man. I still have this feeling that Sony is sitting on some stuff that can definitely be shown right now. And I just think it's a matter of timing. I think Sony's trying to get the timing right, if I had to guess. But let me ask you guys this before I continue with these super chats. Did anybody else find the timing of Herman Hulst's interviews kind of interesting? Like, I feel like it just kind of came out of nowhere. And there was like I don't know, like it literally dropped out of nowhere. And I feel like, doesn't Sony kind of typically do that before they're about to have like a state of play or a show or some kind? Maybe I'm misremembering, but I feel like that's kind of the here I go again, trying to predict Sony through patterns. But still, I do feel like that's something we've seen somewhat consistently, where it'll be a Jim Ryan interview or maybe a Herman Hulst interview, occasionally Mark Cerny, and then something happens not too long after. I don't know. I'm just I'm always just assuming, of course, but Hickzock, I think you're right. It comes down to we need some more I think we need some more new announcements, and I think that'll go a very long way right now for the PlayStation brand. It always does. KD, you're saying you're going to come back. DMZ is going to be a move if COD nails it. Tarkov is amazing. That is the next frontier of FPS gaming. You're probably right, dude. You're probably right. And I will say, the DMZ thing that Call of Duty is doing, that does kind of pique my interest, because it does seem like it could be potentially different. And I'm not sure, is it going to be free to play like Warzone is? Because if it's free to play, I'll definitely play it and try it out. But I'm not sure if I need to actually buy Call of Duty to experience that. I know it's launching later, so I'm assuming it's going to be free to play. I swear I heard it's going to be a part of Warzone. So I'll definitely try that, because DMZ does sound intriguing to me. It does. So you could be right about that, KD. I see somebody in the chat confirming DMZ is free. Yeah, if that's the case, then I'll definitely try it out. Warzone didn't capture me, which was surprising to me. I thought I would have enjoyed that more, but maybe DMZ will be it. You're saying you're saying Tarkov is fun, but it's not accessible. That's why a lot of these PC games get ripped off by Call of Duty, and the COD versions become more popular. It's accessibility. That's true, and that's the problem with really hardcore games. They are less accessible, and because of that, they can struggle over time. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Rice Pudding, member for 6 months. You're saying Press X podcast and working on beating Death Stranding. Glad I finally gave this game a real chance. Well, that's cool, man. Yeah, I like to listen to podcasts too sometimes while gaming, and it's interesting to think somebody might be listening to my podcast while gaming. So thanks for that, man. And yeah, I'm glad you're trying Death Stranding as well, because that's the thing. Death Stranding, it will always be a divisive game, but I've always encouraged people, like, give it a fair shake if you have any interest in it, and it'll probably grow on you. To me, Death Stranding is the equivalent of listening to an album, a new album, maybe from a band you like, right? And maybe it sounds different. It's not what you expected, and at first you're like, I'm not feeling this. I don't know if I like this, but it becomes one of those albums where you're like, okay, I kind of want to keep listening to it though. And then by like your fourth, fifth, sixth time listening to it, you're like, I actually love this. Like, this really grew on me. I feel like that is what Death Stranding is to a lot of people. And it's interesting because, dude, as I said, there are a lot of rumors going around right now that Death Stranding 2 is being teased out with Kojima. He's making a big deal about Elle Fanning being in his next project that he's clearly getting ready to reveal. And it is a game, because the poster that Kojima put out says a Hideo Kojima game. And Elle Fanning is part of it. He's posting pictures of her. And a lot of people are speculating. You know what? I don't want to say anything because I don't want to spoil anything. Especially because I'm hearing people are playing Death Stranding. But I will say there is some interesting speculation out there right now with Elle Fanning's involvement as to how this could be very much something regarding Death Stranding 2. But there's still a lot of people, maybe not a lot of people, but still a certain group of people who are hoping and holding out hope that Kojima's still making that exclusive Silent Hill game for Sony, or maybe a horror game. I don't know, man. I at this, like, we saw Kojima Productions, a producer from Kojima Productions. She tweeted out the image and she put the hashtag Death Stranding, and then she had to follow that tweet up by saying, well, actually, I meant to put a question mark. So it's not necessarily Death Stranding. She says it's still a mystery. And it's like, I mean, between her saying that and hearing about Project Ocean, we just so we're clear, I want to make it clear, guys. We have not gotten official confirmation other than that leaked document. No. And here's the thing. That leaked document didn't even confirm it itself. We've never actually got confirmation that Project Ocean is in fact Death Stranding 2. We just assumed that because it's called Project Ocean and it's open world, that it is Death Stranding 2. And I have to admit, yeah, it seems most likely that's what it is. But it's worth noting that there's no official confirmation of Death Stranding 2 yet. I just want to emphasize that, only because, look, people want to tell me all the time, there's no way Kojima's making Silent Hill. Silent Hill isn't real. This is a pipe dream. I can agree it's extremely unlikely. And even though, in my opinion, there has been evidence in the past that points to Kojima working on Silent Hill, people will say to me, dude, just wait for it to be announced. You don't know. It's not official. Nothing's official. Absolutely. I just want to encourage people to do the same thing with this, where as much as we want to assume this is Death Stranding 2, we do not officially know yet. And we could get bamboozled, man. That's all I'm saying. I don't use that word often, but it could happen. We could get bamboozled. And if anything, look, I'm just going to be real right now. And when I say I'm going to be real, what I mean is I'm going to be very conspiratorial. If anything, it seems more likely to me, and I'm ready to be wrong. I'm wrong a lot with this stuff. It seems more likely to me that Kojima would want people to assume it's Death Stranding 2 to then come out and surprise people that it's not I almost said it's not Silent Hill 2. It's not Death Stranding 2, people. You know, because don't you guys find this a little bit strange? I'm sorry. You're saying isn't Kojima known for that? Yes, he is. I just find it a little bit strange that, you know, Kojima is considered the biggest troll in gaming. And we're just supposed to believe that he's just out here casually, you know, here's my new game. Gee, I wonder what it could be. And there's like literally strands going down the poster. It's like that's Death Stranding 2, right? Like it's kind of obvious, you know. And it's like I'm sorry, I just don't imagine Kojima just so casually being like, here's Death Stranding 2. But I don't know. Then again, something we do want to consider is Death Stranding, as I said, it was a bit of a divisive game. So maybe it's in his best interest, and maybe he knows this, to not kind of mess with people in this one. Here, I'm telling you though, the thing that confuses me about the producer at Kojima Productions, when she put hashtag Death Stranding, she had to delete the tweet. And then she followed it up by saying, oh, I meant to put a question mark. Mystery. Maybe it's something else. And I'm like, is that what we're supposed to be doing here? Like, I feel like marketing 101 dictates you don't try to make people think it's something else if you accidentally revealed what it is. Because, I mean, I guess I could understand why you would do that, but am I overthinking this? I might be overthinking this. And it's true. It is true. I do want to mention, God, you know, I just want to say, a lot of people are mentioning Norman Reedus. A lot of people are like, dude, remember Norman Reedus? People are saying, you remember when he accidentally leaked Death Stranding 2 by saying he's now working on Death Stranding 2? He just dropped it in a magazine and they published the magazine. Let me, are we just going to forget? I'm just pointing it out there, man. Are we just going to forget when the Silent Hill revival, you know, people hoping it's like Kojima coming back to PT, the whole thing was going on. Are we just going to forget that Norman Reedus is also the person who posted on his Instagram him dancing with what is it, Robbie the Rabbit, I think it is, from Silent Hill? Like, I'm just saying, man, you know, you can't just take things for face value, because that's not fair. Like, you can't say, well, he said he was working on Death Stranding 2. Okay, maybe so we can believe that. So you're telling me when everybody is out here screaming from the rooftops like Kojima's working on Silent Hill, it's so obvious, and Norman Reedus is involved, and he's out here tweeting himself dancing with Robbie the Rabbit? It's like, you know, whatever, man. I can't help it. I need it. I'm ready for it to end. I've been ready for a long time. And there's one other thing I want to mention here too, before moving on. Is there was that interview that just happened. So they're making a new Silent Hill movie with the original Silent Hill movie director. I don't know if you guys seen the first Silent Hill movie. I did. It actually wasn't bad. I enjoyed it. So he's out here he did an interview with his you're saying Norman Reedus is highly media trained. He wouldn't accidentally slip about that. But then somebody else says Norman is a big leaker. He spoiled literally everything related to The Walking Dead. Well, which is it? I don't know, man. Which is it? But yeah, there's a new Silent Hill movie that's coming out, I think, next year, if I'm not mistaken. And he did an interview. Are you guys, by the way, please tell me real quick, are you experiencing any lag? Because it shows that it's lagging on my end, but it could just be on my end. I don't know if it's happening to you guys as well. So, let me in. William says Death Stranding is and has always been in the same multiverse as Silent Hill and MGS. I could see that. I could absolutely see that. You guys are saying no lag? Okay, it's just on my end then. All right, well, let me say this. Yeah, Christoph Gans, I think if that's if I'm saying it right. He did an interview recently, and his interview was really strange because he just seemingly candidly confirmed most of the rumors and leaks regarding Silent Hill. And it's funny because you have to think he either was told it was okay to do that, or he just was reading headlines assuming that it was already announced or something. But what he pretty much confirmed, a few interesting things. He confirmed that there are multiple Silent Hill games in development. He confirmed that the original Team Silent is involved with one of these games. And that's a big deal to Silent Hill fans. It's a big deal in general, and something that I think is awesome because it means that the original talent who worked on what are considered, the best games in the series are apparently back on board and working on them again. But what was so weird, and I can't find the question. Because people were saying, dude, maybe somebody asked him about Kojima, but he just casually mentioned Kojima's name. He says, I'm not working with Kojima, but I'm working with Team Silent. And I'm telling you, again, I have to know what question was asked. The way he just casually name dropped Kojima, I swear it almost comes off like he just inadvertently confirmed that Kojima's involved. Like, you know what I mean? Like Kojima's involved with the development, but he hasn't worked with him specifically, just Team Silent. I don't know. Again, I could be reading it the way I want to read it, but you're saying it's simple. It's due to all the conspiracy theories. Silent Hill is automatically linked to Kojima. He's just confirming that that he is not working with Kojima. Yeah, that's true. And that's why I was like saying it can be interpreted like multiple ways. And the way my brain works with this stuff, you know how I'm going to interpret it. I'm going to say, he just said Kojima. So it must, I don't know, man. I guess at this point, what I'm really beginning to wonder, we know Silent Hill is real. The comeback is real. It's going to happen. What I'm really wondering at this point is, how are people going to react when, if Kojima announces his next PlayStation game, it's Death Stranding 2, and then completely separate from that, we have Konami announcing like multiple Silent Hill games in a revival, and they're just completely separate. Maybe to some people that wouldn't. I don't know, man. I still find it so bizarre that Guillermo del Toro at the Game Awards last year, after Kojima introduced him, was just like, you know what? And like nobody mentioned Silent Hill. Nobody talked about Silent Hill. Konami was not at the Game Awards. This was for his new movie, and this was for Best Art Direction. And this man just casually comes out and is like, somebody should make a new Silent Hill game. Or he was like, that's one of my favorite art styles. Somebody should really make a new Silent Hill game. And it's like, I'm sorry, man. Like, how are people witnessing that and not thinking, like, what the actual F is going on here, bro? I don't know. I know I'm crazy. And I'm gonna keep being crazy, and I'll be crazy until we get answers. But I'm telling you now, I think Death Stranding 2 is a front for Silent Hill. I'm just saying it. I'm just putting it out there. You call me crazy, I'll put the clown wig on. I got the clown makeup on. It's fine. I think Death Stranding 2 is a front for Silent Hill. I really do. I'm just I don't I'm not trying to be like, look, I would be happy with Death Stranding 2. I would be. But I just don't see a sequel happening. I don't see it happening. I don't know. At the very least, I noticed what a lot of people were saying is rather than Kojima doing Death Stranding 2, maybe he should do another new IP, you know? And I agree with that. Like, that would be cool. But I don't know, man. I think Death Stranding 2 is a front for Silent Hill. I do. I just whatever, man. Whatever. Also, this is just how it's happening, man. Kojima's like, I'm gonna reveal the actors that are in my game. Wow, that's a bold statement. And look, I'm fully prepared to be wrong. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, I can't believe it. If Kojima, if there's like a PlayStation showcase and it's like, here's Death Stranding 2, I'm gonna be like, oh, okay, well, there we go. I'll just be happy to have an answer at that point, you know? But I don't know, man. I'm leaving it at that. I'm gonna move on now. Jerome, you're saying, hey MBG, last question. You a big PlayStation fan. Are you familiar with the exclusive on PS3? And which ones have you played besides Naughty Dog's? Well, so here's the thing. During the PS3 era, I was mostly with the 360. Now, I did still play PS3, and the game that got me to get a PS3 and get somewhat invested into it, not super heavily, was Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots. And it was because it was exclusive. At the time, I was just really into the 360, but I was like, I gotta play this game. And I did play a little bit of MotorStorm. I did play a little bit of Killzone. I played some Warhawk. I kind of dabbled in a few of these games. And honestly, games like Uncharted at that time, they just didn't appeal to me at the time. I never really got into that. I don't think I played the last Twisted Metal. The Infamous series passed me by. There were quite a few games that just kind of slid by me, you know? Was I a PS2 guy? Absolutely I was. I started with the PS1 and the PS2, and you know, with the 360 and PS3 generation, that kind of, you know, the 360 won me over. But there was definitely quite a few games that passed me by, but there were also some that I did play. And so, you know, that generation for me specifically with PlayStation is not the brightest spot, because that was actually the time where I spent a lot of time, like more time than ever before, playing Xbox. But yeah, Metal Gear Solid 4 was the game where I was like, yup, I am getting a PlayStation 3 for this. And man, it was the greatest thing ever. Like, it was, you know, that was a game absolutely worth getting that console for. And I really want to see MGS4 remastered for PS5. I really would like to see that. So thank you for that question, man. All right, I gotta really start moving here because I'm running behind on these super chats. You Takasaki, you're saying there will always be a population that want Blu-ray discs or Blu-ray movies / shows. They're a big part of Sony's home consoles too. They literally pushed for Blu-ray since the PS3. I wish you can stop beating this drum. Well, I think you're right. I do. I agree with you, and this is why it's just sometimes I feel like I have to entertain the possibility of the day coming where that announcement happens. But there's just too much here, in my opinion, that says there's, like you said, there's always going to be a market for physical discs for games, and I just don't see that market shrinking so small anytime remotely soon, to a point where Sony's like, we're done. But what you're pointing out is how Sony has also pushed for Blu-ray. Sony's involved in that. Yeah, I mean, there's more to it than just, you know, the market. There are, like, the company itself, as I said, with the, you know, pointing out the whole marketing of here's how you share a game. I feel like there's more behind it. There's more reason for Sony to support physical games than I think most other publishers. I do. So I hope I hope you're correct, and I hope I'm correct, and I hope that that just isn't a thing for many years to come, or maybe ever. So thank you for that, you. Katie, you're saying MBG, you need to focus and get back to more serious topics. If you had to choose, who are you spotting? Chun-Li on leg day or Tifa on chest day? I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not going to answer that because that's just an inappropriate question to answer. If anything, I think I would prefer it. Like, look, if I'm squatting, I'd probably ask Chun-Li to spot me there, because hey, man, I can trust her. If I'm going heavy, I don't got to worry. And probably, I don't know. That's the thing. Like Tifa on chest day. I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest right now, man. We're not talking about muscle right now. Granted, Tifa does seem pretty damn strong though. Like she's really slim, and slender, but she's not like buff. But clearly, when you see her in action, it's like, well, she could definitely uppercut somebody into the next dimension. So, yeah, I'd probably have them spot me. I don't know, but that's as far as I'll go with that question, man. Because KD's always out here trying to make MBG sweat on the spot. Oh man. All right. Moving on though, KD. Magnum Visuals, you're saying The Last of Us TV show's Ellie did not play the game. That doesn't surprise me, dude. I'm gonna be honest. It doesn't ever surprise me when I hear about actors or actresses who are involved in portraying these characters, and that they don't play the game or check the source material. I don't get it. Like, I don't understand it. I don't. If I was an actor or an actress and I was about to play a role where there is source material, I would not be able to not know. I would feel like I need to know the source material. I understand maybe from a very creative perspective, if it's like you want to have your own take, and that's it, and you want to just stick with the director's vision and not worry about the source material. From a creative standpoint, I could kind of understand that, but it would really bother me. It would really bother me to not know what it is that I'm supposed to be interpreting right now. You're saying she watched it a bit but didn't play it. Well, I guess her and Pedro Pascal did the exact same thing. I'm not too worried, honestly, because the Last of Us show actually looks pretty good. It's all about the direction, really. I feel like, if anything, when it comes to stuff like this, you have to have more faith in the direction and, yeah, pretty much just the direction and the writing, because the actor's job isn't to, like, I always think it's cool when actors go like the extra mile for a role. I always love that and appreciate that. But at the same time, their job is to act, and they're going to act based on the script, what's being written and the way they're being directed. The director's going to be the one to tell them, like, I want you to behave this way and have this type of tone. And this is what we're going for, So when I saw, the first teaser trailer, not the proper trailer we got for the Last of Us TV show, but when they first showed Joel and he said, you have no idea what pain, like, loss is or something like that. And I'm like, that's a pretty convincing Joel to me, like a live interpretation of Joel. So, for somebody who apparently didn't play the game, whoever's directing him and conveying to him, like, how he's supposed to sound, the tone he's supposed to convey, they're doing a great job, and he's doing a great job, picking up on what it's supposed to be. So, yeah, I saw the Mario movie trailer too, and I'm just like, it seems to me like it's mostly Jack Black sounds amazing as Bowser, and then people are like, Chris Pratt is just kind of Chris Pratt being Mario. And I'm just like, okay. I mean, I don't know what people were necessarily expecting. I guess maybe some people were saying they thought he was gonna like sound somewhat different. But it's fine. Like, I don't really care too much. I'm not even interested in the Mario movie, frankly. Um, it's maybe I don't know, maybe I'll probably watch it. But it's just like whatever. Looks fine. I'm not bothered by it either way. I was just laughing at the memes that people were coming up with. That's the best part. Saying my son could be into it. Definitely. Yeah, definitely. All right, let me see. KD saying, what if your son becomes an Xbox growing up? You know what? That's totally fine, man. That's totally fine. I've thought about this, and I'm like, it's okay. It's okay. Like, if my son wants to play Xbox, I'll play it with him, And if he's like, hey, I want to get in, I want to get into Xbox. I like it better. I'll be like, you know what? I totally support that. That's fine. But obviously, I'm gonna try to encourage him as he gets older to be like, hey, here you go. Like these are the games I've played, and I'm gonna try to encourage him to play some games that I feel like what I would consider like some must play titles. When he gets old enough, of course. So, all right, and then KD once again. You're saying, what do you do when your wife comes to you in the middle of the night and says, MBG, I love you, but Game Pass is the best deal in gaming? At that point, I'm going to be like, this has to be a nightmare, right? Like, I'm definitely dreaming right now, waiting to wake up. But if that like really happened, no joke, I would probably just laugh my ass off. I'd be like, wow, that's a pretty good troll in the middle of the night. That's damn. Divorce. That's grounds for divorce. Yeah, no. It's hey man. I mean, look, Game Pass. You can't deny Game Pass is a good deal. I'm not going to look at anybody who says I like Game Pass and I think it's a good deal. I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm just going to say, well, I prefer to buy my games. And I believe that supports a certain level of quality. So, yeah, no, I'm just gonna get into a really intricate conversation and back and forth with my wife in the middle of the night about and deconstructing why I think Game Pass may not be the best deal in gaming, or why you might want to rethink that. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's good stuff. Yu Takasaki again. You're saying John Lindemann said that the PlayStation Plus digital rental games and BD discs should always coexist. Many PlayStation users collect 4K Blu-ray movies and shows. And that's true as well, you. I mean, like, dude, I still it is interesting to me that there are still people. I don't know that there's a whole lot of people, but they're still out there where they are buying Blu-ray movies and they're buying 4K, box sets of shows. So, you're talking about a market where where, if you buy a TV, that stuff is already literally inside your TV as long as your TV is connected to the internet. And you don't have to like download this stuff. You don't have to install it. You're just streaming it. That is another reason why I feel like gaming is different and it's going to be different. It just always will be because it's not the same. When you want to download and install a game, it's just different. And I think a lot of people prefer to have the disc for that reason. At least a certain group of people do. So I agree. I think they should always coexist, and they always will. I don't think physical content, like physical video game content, I don't think it's ever going to completely go away. I don't believe that. Nick Taylor, you're saying PlayStation 6 will be digital only. Well, there we go. Nick Taylor ends the conversation. PlayStation 6 will be digital only. There we go. That's funny. That's funny that those two super chats are back to back. Jerome You're saying if PlayStation 6 is all digital, I am pirating their games, lol. Yeah, that would, it's weird. And this is something we're going to talk about next. And I actually didn't mean to get to this topic so late in the podcast, but we're going to talk about Herman Holst confirming that PlayStation 5 live service games, PlayStation live service games, I can't say PS5, they're launching day and date onto PC. Day and date, that's confirmed. And then he also said that at least 1 year minimum for their single player games. We're going to talk about that next, but I do want to make my way through the remainder of these super chats. And Jerome, you reminded me that because I did see some people saying that they're just going to start pirating Sony's games on PC, which I don't think is, I don't encourage that. Austin, you're saying sometimes I get upset that Sony hasn't done too much since Horizon and Gran Turismo. Then I remember Xbox has done nothing this year. Yeah, I hear you, man. I still see people kind of talking about that, bringing it up in maybe some of my comment sections where, I mean, I'm not necessarily even talking about Xbox on my channel, but it is weird. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to avoid talking about Xbox too much because, first of all, a lot of people have told me with my podcast, look, I'd really prefer it if you just stick mostly to PlayStation and only really talk about Xbox when it's necessary because this is a PlayStation podcast. And so I don't really have much to say on that front. I feel like I've expressed previously that to me, 2022 seems like an incredibly disappointing year for Xbox from a first party output perspective. And, I occasionally do see some trolls like saying things about PlayStation, like Sony has no games or whatever. And I'm just like, you sure about that? I feel like that's factually, objectively untrue. But, I do think that my interest, frankly, and this, I don't think that this is necessarily a relevant statement, but just because you brought it up, my interest in Xbox right now is kind of at an all-time low. I just don't really care about what they're doing. And I don't even care to even try to pretend that I care about what they're doing because I watched their E3 show, or it wasn't E3, but I watched Xbox's showcase this year and I don't even remember anything about it. Like there's nothing that stands out. I feel like the only things that probably do stand out are Redfall and Starfield, and I just don't care, man. I just don't care about those games. Those are not titles that are going to make me suddenly be like, I play on PlayStation, but now I want to go play on Xbox to play those games. I'm just not interested. No offense to Xbox. I don't, I'm not saying they're bad games. I'm not interested. So it's honestly, it's getting harder and harder for me to talk about Xbox because for a long time, people didn't believe me. They thought that the only reason I talked about Xbox was to hate on them and to talk trash on them and whatnot. And I always tried expressing that that's not why. It's because I want to care about Xbox. And, I've supported Xbox for a long time previously, but I've kind of finally reached that point where I don't know. I'm just not interested, man. Like I see people on the Xbox side, they're enjoying what's it called? Grounded. And I'm like, that's cool, man. I'm not interested. And I see so, what's that game coming out? I know there's a game coming out this month. Scorn. There we go. Yeah. I saw some of that and I'm like, yeah, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling Scorn. I don't know what it is. It looks kind of repulsive to me. So I'm just, and no offense to the game, I'm just saying literally visually, like with the whatever the theme is of that game, it looks repulsive. So I'm like, I'm not interested. It's freaking me out in a weird way that's making me feel kind of uncomfortable. Not in like a horror way, just like this is I'm not into this. So yeah, I mean, I haven't been following Xbox very much at all. I just don't care to. And, I've accepted that, look, Xbox fans are going to feel how they feel, man. I've had my opinions. I've had my things to say, but I'm just kind of completely checked out at this point. The only time I'm really paying attention to Xbox now is if they're doing anything or announcing anything that's relevant to PlayStation. Like, for example, when we've been talking about kind of the back and forth with the whole Activision Blizzard stuff, which I'm not going on about. Like, to me, that's relevant to PlayStation. I feel like, that's going to affect PlayStation. But, like, I see, I saw more recently something that people were talking about is Microsoft, they put up like a website, I think, that's completely dedicated to telling people why it's actually going to be good for the gaming industry for them to acquire Activision Blizzard. And I kind of see stuff popping up in my feed frequently. And I'm just looking at it and I'm like, I just don't care. Like, I really don't care. Like, Microsoft, go ahead, take Activision, take Activision, take Bethesda, and take other studios that you're going to buy. I'm not fighting in this war of corporate cheerleading of major acquisitions. It's like, for example, I'm not advocating for Sony to go buy a big publisher, right? I'm not saying I hope Sony does that. I really think they should. I'm not saying that. What I will say is that if Sony were to buy a big publisher, like, for example, if they were to buy Square Enix, the first thought in my mind would be, well, kind of saw that coming. I'm not saying that it's good for everybody, but I'm at a point with this whole thing with PlayStation, Sony, Microsoft, and Xbox, and every other company involved. The way I'm looking at it right now is it's a free-for-all out here. Nothing is off the table. Anything goes. Anything goes. And that's how I'm looking at it, because that's exactly what's happening. I do not care to talk to people or even engage in conversations or even entertain these conversations on my channel anymore about what's fair, about what's right, about what is, basically like where are we moving the goalpost? It doesn't matter anymore. All right. It's a free for all. It's business. It's corporate free for all. That's all it is. It's cutthroat. Yeah. And that's how it's going to be. So I wouldn't necessarily cheer Sony on if they were like, we're buying Square Enix and every Square Enix game going forward is exclusive to PlayStation or where PlayStation exists, whatever it might be, right? Or where PS Plus exists. If they did that, I'm not going to sit here and be like, how dare you, Sony? I can't believe it. No, I'm just going to be like, well, yeah, I mean, dude, do you see what Microsoft's doing? You probably got to, I get it. Like, I totally get it, So it's just how it goes, man. It's how it goes. I'm not going to sit here and make it sound like Sony's better or they're above. And I'm not going to sit here and make it sound like Microsoft's above. Like, if people want to keep falling for the marketing rhetoric and the BS, like, Xbox fans, look, at this point, I think it would just be best to just come out, just like PlayStation fans, like, and just admit, like, this is war, man. Like, that's what it is. It's war. And people are trying to pretend it's something other than that. These companies are out here fighting each other to win. That's all. They want to win. And they want to eradicate the competition if it's a possibility to do so. Granted, that can't necessarily happen due to competition laws and everything, and that's good for us. But I'm just tired of the whole like, well, they did this and that's why they're doing this. And it's like, everyone, let's all just look at it and let's just agree that Xbox fans want the Activision Blizzard deal to go through because they want to be able to say that check out all these games that Microsoft has. Check out all these studios that Microsoft has. And you ain't getting unless you come to Game Pass. That's what they want. That's what they want. That's all it is. And, some people maybe aren't as aggressive. Some people will be like, well, I'm happy because all the if Microsoft gets Activision Blizzard, I could get all these games through Game Pass. And that there you go. There you go. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend as a PlayStation fan that I would have a problem if Sony bought a publisher and said, "Yeah, so everyone's buying everybody out here. We bought these guys and we're making their games exclusive for our PlayStation." Like I would be like, "Okay, cool." Like I could see why you decided to do that. So it is what it is, man. I think people just kind of go back and forth on the seesaw, and they're always slinging stuff at each other and always trying to find a way to make their company or their preferred brand look better. And I've done that in the past, but at this point, to me, it's like, do you know why I'm not mad at PlayStation at this moment in time? Do you know why I'm not sitting here worried about like what they might do and how, oh man, Sony's doing this ultra anti-consumer thing? Yeah, I've talked about the things that Sony has done that they need to improve on, but Sony's about to deliver the most important thing to me in just a month, and that is, here's a massive AAA game that when you play it, it's probably going to be one of the best games you ever play. And it's coming out in just a month. And you're going to probably enjoy that for quite some time. And to me, that's like, all right, I'm not saying it makes everything okay, but it's like you're doing literally the most important thing right that I care about. And that's kind of what I choose to focus on. That's where I choose to put my focus. So yeah, we'll see what happens with Xbox. I think final word on it before I move on. I think Xbox is probably going to have. I think Xbox has the potential to have a pretty big year in 2023, and I am interested to see like how it plays out when games like Redfall and Starfield drop, because I'm not necessarily interested in them, but it's going to be interesting to see like how are people responding to these games. How are people feeling about them, and we'll see what happens. All right, Jerome, you're saying I can't see Nintendo being the only one physical. LOL. Yeah, I don't see that either. That would be bizarre. That would be very strange. Dude, it's been 4 years for Hellblade 2. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean, man. It's been so long that I just don't really care anymore. I mean, they need to make me care at this point. So now I'm here. And when they want to show something, I'll check it out. Subtext, you're saying, I've been very optimistic for a showcase, but I feel like this coming week is the latest they can do one. They need space between the showcase and God of War Ragnarok. They absolutely do. And something that I do want to mention to people is Sony could have decided to consolidate themselves a little bit here. It's worth noting that in 2020, we got a showcase from Sony where they revealed Spider-Man, and at some point in one of the showcases they did in 2020, they had an 8-minute gameplay demo of Spider-Man Miles Morales, and it never got a dedicated state of play. We could very well see a similar situation with God of War. If Sony was planning a showcase sometime soon and the launch to God of War so close, I always pointed out the fact that it's a little bit strange to me that God of War Ragnarok has yet to have a dedicated state of play. The reason why it's strange is because that's not normally what we see from Sony. What we normally see from Sony is they do dedicated state of plays for pretty much all of their first party games, especially the big ones. So I do hear you, Subtext, and I'm not going to lie. I still am holding out hope as well. And maybe it's in vain. Maybe it's kind of like it's obvious they're not doing a showcase this year. But I am still holding out hope that Sony is going to do a showcase. And I will look, to be as honest as I can, I'm going into next week hoping that Sony announces a showcase. And yeah, I do agree with you though. If they don't announce one next week, I don't know, man. At that point, my hope levels are going to drop so low that it's like, well, at this point, one of two things is happening. Either they're doing they are bringing back PlayStation experience, or they're just simply not having one this year. And I've said it before. I do believe Sony could get through this year by not having a showcase because they have God of War. But if they were to do that, at that point, I'm then questioning, well, if you're not going to do a showcase and a big show in 2022, then when are you going to do it again? February? Not till June of next year? Like, that's the part that confuses me because Sony doesn't really have all that much lined up. They have two things lined up from Square Enix, Forspoken in January, and then sometime in summer we're getting Final Fantasy 16, and that's all we know. That's all we know from, and in between that, PSVR 2 is launching. So, you know, it to me it seems like they have to do something, man. It would be so weird if they didn't. And I'm not saying they have to do something like they have to do it for me because I said so. Not like that. I just think it would be strange. That's like we don't really know anything about 2023. 2023 seems very sparse and disjointed, and it's like we need some clarity on what's going on next year. That's why it would be strange to me. So I hear you, subtext. Then we have X Cathedra saying, listening to you while I do my October tradition of playing the Resident Evil games from the 90s on my PS3. Keep doing what you do, MBG. Take care. That's really cool, man. That's really cool. As I'm over here basically saying, like, I don't really play old games, but I know that there are people that do exactly what you're talking about, man. They have these traditions where they just occasionally like going back and that's cool, man. You know, you can't go wrong with the classic Resident Evil games in October. You know, October's like my favorite month of the year. I love the fall and I love Halloween and everything associated with it. So that's cool, man. I appreciate that. Shark Gomp becoming a new member. Welcome to Play Has No Limits Plus. So thank you so much, man, becoming a member at my highest tier. I really appreciate that support, man. It means a lot to me. So thank you. Shout out to you, Shark Gomp. Jerome Montgomery, you're saying early 23 looks dry with Final Fantasy 16 not coming until summer. And that's the thing about Final Fantasy 16. A lot of people don't necessarily think of September when they think of summer, but we could see a situation where Final Fantasy 16 doesn't come out until September of next year. So that's what I mean, is it's like, even if it doesn't come in September, you know, August, July, like that's the second half of 2023. We really don't know much. We don't know anything, frankly, about the first half of 2023. And that's what's strange to me. Sony says they have all these live service games in development. They have more teams than ever before. They're working on more projects than ever before. It's like, surely something's ready to go at this point, right? And you're just sitting on it, right? um, so yeah, we'll see. Primal Plasma, you're saying that was awesome. Keep that conspiracy going. I'm not going to go too deep into it, man, because I think a lot of people are tired, and I understand. We've been talking so much about Silent Hill and Kojima and the whole blue box thing. It's like we'll see what happens, man. I'm hoping we're going to get some answers before the end of this year. That's my big hope for all of that. So, we'll see if anything else happens this upcoming week. And if so, maybe I'll keep the conspiracies going. Dan Becker, you're saying the world lost its mind about the PS5 $25 to 50 price increase while expanding your PS5 storage costs about $100 right now, but it costs $220 on Xbox. Well, that's what I mean, dude. Again, there is this kind of energy that's put towards Sony where they're people are just seemingly more critical about some things with Sony, and that I think is Sony's fault, because Sony has pretty much made it clear that they're not going to budge with some things, and I think that just makes it easy for people to kind of be harder on them and more critical. But I did see that, man. I did see that you remember when there was a time when I remember Xbox players were kind of saying that Microsoft was doing the better thing by going with a proprietary Seagate SSD that you just plug right into the back of the Xbox console. To where Sony, even though they were a little bit late to it, they were saying the reason why is because they're going to open it up and let you use pretty much any compatible SSD that you want. And I remember people were acting all upset about that, or at least a group of people were. And there were PlayStation fans that were trying to point out, like, this is the better option. Like, yeah, you have to take the plates off your PlayStation and unscrew the flap or whatever, or just pop it off and put it in. Sure, you have to do an extra step, but it's going to be worth it because you get to pick which SSD you want. You get a better deal. These prices are going to go down. And because the SSD for the Xbox is proprietary, it actually seems like the price of it is going up. So, yeah, I don't know that that was the smartest move on Microsoft's part. But as I've said, like when it comes to storage, I haven't had any issues with my PS5 so far. I haven't encountered the part. Oh yeah, and it's worth noting that what Sony is doing on their front with the SSD would actually be considered more pro-consumer than a proprietary drive that is seemingly going up in price and because it's becoming more scarce. Just worth noting, like this is where people ring the bell all the time about Sony is the most anti-consumer company. It's like, look, I'm not saying they don't do some anti-consumer things, but we need to just kind of call a spade when it's like these companies are going to be anti-consumer when they feel as though it's right for them and when they feel like they're going to get away with it. That's all. So, um, I've seen a lot of people express their, and I want to point this out as well. A lot of people have given Sony the credit that they're due in this area, where I've seen a lot of people, basically saying that they're happy that this is the way Sony chose to do it, and they've taken advantage of it, and they're glad. So, yeah, hopefully Sony keeps stuff like that up because I think that's the way to go. Nick Taylor, you're saying there's a market for people who want a headphone jack on an iPhone. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I guess there's a market for everything out there. There is a market for everything out there. My whole thing is I just don't want to see the physical games market shrink any more than it has. I think it's gonna continue, but I'm really interested to see what happens with the data after Sony has their new PS5 out for over a year, where their new PS5 is you have to buy a disk drive attachment if you want to use disk. I'm interested to see what happens. Like, I guess I'm just wondering if people are just going to buy the console and be like, I don't feel like buying the disc drive. Whatever. I'll just buy my games digitally. Like, I really wonder how many people are going to do that. That'll be interesting to monitor. Jerome, you're saying, will you support Game Pass if PlayStation 6 is digital only? Well, here's the thing. If the day ever comes, it's not. As we established, it's not. So I did think about this. I did think, like, how would my feelings on a Game Pass type service or model, how would they change if I no longer cared about collecting games physically and buying them physically and having that tangible product? And actually, I will say, I think that Game Pass makes it a lot easier for people who are digital gamers because when the reality is when you buy a game, there really isn't too much of a difference, truthfully speaking, between buying a game full price digitally versus having access to that game through a service that you're perpetually subscribed to. It's really not much different. And this is why we've all, like, people who advocate for physical media, this is what we've always been kind of pushing against, where it's like digital may be more convenient, but you don't own a tangible product. You just don't. If you buy a physical copy of a game, like just God of War Ragnarok, for example, versus buying a digital version of that, that physical copy of God of War Ragnarok, like, that's a tangible item that you can conceivably have. You'll never lose access to that. I mean, granted, these days you do kind of see situations where certain games require like updates. And that's something else with like DRM that we've been pushing back against, where it's like, we don't want to see DRM in these situations where if you're not connected to the PlayStation network, but you have a PlayStation console and you have a physical single player PlayStation disc, there should never be a scenario where you put that disc in your console and it says, sorry, you can't play this. You know what I mean? Like that's we don't want to ever see that happen. And the closer we get to what people call the all digital future, you don't own anything. You know, you're saying don't MBG, don't bash digital right now. This might be you in the future. Well, that's the thing is I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm so rigid that I can visualize myself one day maybe just deciding that I'm kind of done collecting games physically. I don't care anymore. That day may come. People change. The day may come where I may just be like, I'm done with that. I'm over it. I'm just gonna buy my games digitally. I don't know when that day would be, but if that day were to come, yeah, that could be me. And my mentality and my perception would have to shift, but I just feel like these days, I just feel like these days it's kind of somewhat impossible to predict the future. Like you really don't know how things are going to play out. There's no guarantee. And that's just the way it's kind of always been. But I feel like, especially now where it's like you see how some things kind of progress a lot quicker than others, some things a lot slower. So we'll see. We'll see, man. Will I support Game Pass? I don't think it's just going to make me suddenly be like, I'm going to support Game Pass now. No, but again, I can understand how anybody who is already digital only, I can see how like a service that offers games seems more appealing to you because you've already kind of went past that point where it's like you don't really actually care if you own a real tangible physical copy of this. So at that point, the lines become a little bit more blurry where it's like, well, what is the difference between buying a game full price versus gaining access to it and having access to it perpetually as long as you're subscribed to this service? I can see how, and to a lot of people, they're probably like, I don't really see much of a difference, except one seems cheaper to me. It may not actually be cheaper in the long run, too. That's the thing. It depends on how you consume your games and whatnot, but it's kind of the perception, it's the psychology of it. Blue Streak 320 says discless PlayStation 6 equals 1984. Prove me wrong. I don't think I could prove you wrong right now. I'm approaching the 3.5 hour mark of the podcast, and I'm reaching that point. Where it's like I have to double down my focus on trying to talk about what I like. The remainder of the topics have to be important on what it is that I want to make sure we discuss before this episode ends. Because I have limited energy. I have limited resources right now. So let me get through the rest of these super chats, and then we're going to talk about a topic that I want to make sure to cover before this episode ends. So KD, you're saying feds need to investigate anyone who's in the scorn. That's funny, bro. Jerome, you're saying we'll get an Xbox when Kojima's game release. Yeah, for sure, dude. I'm interested. I will play Kojima's Xbox game through the cloud just to see what happens. Just to see what it's like. Just to see is this the future? So I'll try it out for sure when it drops. Blue Streak 320, you're saying, what do you think about the Saudis and Tencent saying they're looking to invest more or purchase publishers? Sony should make defensive purchases. Question mark. I think Sony should. I do. I mean, I don't know if they will, but yeah, I'm not about that, man. I'm not into this whole, Saudi Arabia, Tencent trying to just kind of get in here and start. I don't like it. I don't like it. And I would absolutely love to see Sony push back against that and make defensive moves, but I don't know that, again, I don't know that Sony cares too much about the ethics And to be honest, like when you're talking about these companies, these corporations, and these businesses, it's not really about the ethics behind it, you know. So I don't, I don't know that Sony's going to make any decisions based off of that. So I guess what we should be hoping for is that Sony should, if they're going to make defensive purchases or moves, it should be to just try to ensure that they have influence, that they are not going to give complete control to just anybody who wants to walk in and have complete control, if that makes sense. So yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all. And when I see stuff like that happen, it makes me just kind of feel like, man, you hate to see it. You absolutely hate to see it. Jerome, you're saying Forspoken first quarter, Final Fantasy 16 second quarter, and Final Fantasy Rebirth fourth quarter. Square feels like a first party studio, no need to buy. LOL. And that's the thing, man. Square Enix absolutely already does feel like they are kind of owned by Sony, but the thing is, a lot of the things that Square Enix has been doing recently, it really seems like they are trying to position themselves to look appealing to any potential buyers. And that's what I think. You think about the idea, if Square Enix at some point is going to be purchased no matter what, you want Sony to purchase them. I'm sorry. I don't know who else you would want to purchase them. You want Sony, in my opinion, to purchase them. And I think Sony absolutely would. If it came down to it, like if Sony got word that Square may be taking an offer from somebody else, I think Sony would be like, we gotta buy it. We gotta buy them and we gotta offer more. Just because I think for Sony, it would be more like, you can't lose Square. Sony can't lose Square. They can't. So if it did come down to the wire, you either lose them or you would literally just buy them and own them entirely. I think Sony would make that purchase if they absolutely had to. Or they could just invest, like we said. That's something as well. So, Nick Taylor, you're saying with prices going up, Sony will want to save money on manufacturing and shipping. Look at the newest PS5, create a problem, sell a solution. Yeah, it is interesting to kind of think of it that way, where they did kind of create the problem themselves, right? But I do think Sony's solution with the upcoming PS5 model, the Slim, for all intents and purposes, that's probably what it's going to be. I think their solution is actually a good one, and I think it's a better one. I think it's the best solution, the best possible answer to a problem that maybe they did create. And so I'm okay with it, man. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with Sony saving money on manufacturing and shipping. What people need to understand, how there's like people who push back and are like, why do you care about Sony's money? It's like, well, hold on. It's not that I care about Sony's money, but what I do care about is the reality that Sony is going to continue to invest in the things that are most profitable for them. And to reinvest in that requires more money. To scale up, you need to have more money. So it's like when we talk about games going to PC, which is what we're going to talk about next, it's hard for me to be too upset at all about that because it's like, this is just money that's being fed right back into PlayStation Studios, because Sony isn't making their profits off of these PC releases. They're making their most profit off of their big AAA game releases. And so in order to kind of cushion that and pad that, and also provide them the opportunity to reinvest and diversify into trying different things, because that's the thing, people don't want to accept the reality that every decision Sony makes when it comes to games that they're going to make, games that they're going to pursue, whether they're single player, whether they're mobile, whether they're live service, it's a risk. They're taking a risk. And there's nothing wrong, in my opinion, with Sony wanting to kind of pad and cushion that risk as much as they can. If anything, it just makes the most sense. Because if something's going to fail and something has the potential to fail, it's better to have a little bit of a cushion. And right now, make no mistake, guys, right now, Sony's safety net And this is where you have to understand the power does kind of lie in us, in the fan base. Sony's safety net, now more than ever, is us, is the gamer that has made Sony what they are with their big AAA single player experiences. I'm sure Sony is aware of this, because even if you want to say it's the casual gamer, that's true. That's true. The casual gamer makes up a big part of Sony's safety net with games like, FIFA, Call of Duty, Fortnite, free to play games. Of course, that's a big part of Sony's safety net. But we also have to acknowledge that, you know, you think about the consolidation in the industry. You think about like not Saudi Arabia, Brazil. Brazil just turned to Sony and basically owned them. Well, they didn't own them, but like, Brazil doesn't care, man. Sony made a plea to Brazil where they're like, Microsoft owning Call of Duty could be bad for us and bad for gaming. And Jim Ryan went on about how this is bad. And Brazil was just like, we don't care. It's like, no, we don't care. And Sony has to deal with that reality. And this is why I hope Sony kind of quiets up about it, only because it's clear that this is going to continue to happen. And if Sony's hoping that these regulators are going to side with them, Sony, they're not going to side with you. They're not going to side with you. Microsoft is going to do what they're going to do. Other companies are going to do what they're going to do. So the reality of at some point in the future, Call of Duty going exclusive, it's looking more and more likely. I'm not saying it's going to happen anytime soon. It could be well over a decade from now, but that could happen. And I think what Sony needs to do now, what they're doing, I think is the right thing. I think it is the right thing because they have to think about a future where, okay, if Call of Duty ever does go exclusive to Xbox, I don't think it makes business sense from Microsoft's standpoint, but let's be honest, a lot of the things that Microsoft has been doing don't necessarily make business sense. They're operating at a loss. They're operating just losing money every day to eventually, hopefully, blow up so big that they eventually make money. It's like you think of the situation, it's too big to fail. That's what Microsoft is doing. Sony really, if their live service games fail and they can't get that big winner that they want to get, if their mobile efforts flounder, or maybe they just get one or two successes, but they're not really on the same level as these other games, what do you think Sony's going to have to rely on at that point? They're going to be in the position that Nintendo's in. And that's the thing about Nintendo is Nintendo has taken this kind of approach where they know their bread and butter and they just lean into that. They've also made some mobile games and they're making movies. So it's not like they're not doing some of the things that Sony's doing, but it's just that this is what Sony may be left to lean on if they can't find something else to kind of, navigate this territory, or not this territory, but the current climate, I guess is the way to put it. And so that's why I do believe Herman Hulst when he says like we're always going to make single player games. Like single player games are our most profitable games. They're not going anywhere. It's just that Sony has seemingly reached the upper limit potentially of what they can do on single player games alone. They want to have a farther reach. They want to have further growth with the PlayStation brand. And I just don't see a situation where Sony is suddenly skyrocketing where they're going to go from selling 10 million games, 15 million games of a single player game to suddenly now we're selling 30, 35 million games. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm not saying it isn't possible. Anything is possible, but what makes the most sense for Sony right now is to be like, this is the single player sector. We've mastered this. We have this locked in, and that's not going to stop. But we also feel like we may have hit the upper limit. It could go further, but we can't necessarily bank on that. So what else should we do? Okay, well, let's try some live service. Let's put some games to PC. You know what? Let's put our live service games on the PC day and date. Let's try some mobile games. Let's do some movies. Let's do some shows. It's a lot. And that's the only thing about it is it's a lot at one time, but Sony's a big company. And I don't think that Sony is necessarily taking away resources from their single player games, from their studios that are working on single player games, and saying, we're going to take this money that we would have given you and we're going to put this into live service. No, to me, it seems obvious. Like what they're doing is like, okay, we have this profit that we made. We have to take a portion of this and we're going to distribute it. We're going to put this amount into the single player games, which is the amount we've always put. And we're going to take the extra, or maybe we have to add some more here, and we're going to put it into the live service games. And it's like, somebody could say, I would just like to see Sony put all of that money into just the single player games. And I get that. Like, I get that, but that's just not realistic. It's not realistic because, think of it this way. The question we now have to ask ourselves, and this is just the reality for AAA single player blockbuster games, and I'm curious to see what you guys have to say. How much bigger can they really get? Right? Like if you were to give Naughty Dog a $400 million budget rather than a $200 million budget, what does that change? You know what I mean? Like, what exactly does that change? Like, at what point is it like, well, we can't really spend any more of this money on the game itself because this is the game we made and it can't really get much bigger? Like, and at that point, it would be forced. So that extra $150 million is just going to go to marketing. You see what I'm saying? It's like, you really have to wonder, how much bigger can it get? How much bigger can the balloon get? And I don't know, because I feel like Sony is at the forefront of it. Even when how we heard the rumors recently that Rockstar Games is apparently, they set a budget of $1 billion, or was it $2 billion for GTA 6? And people were like, oh my God. It's like, guys, let's take a big step back. It's not going to cost $2 billion to create GTA 6. It's not. It's probably not even going to cost $1 billion. That doesn't sound possible to me. What they're talking about is the life cycle of the game, where a lot of money is going to go into marketing. A huge portion of that $2 billion is future content for GTA Online. You see what I'm saying? Like DLC packs, whatever it might be. And honestly, probably $1 billion of that is just for marketing. Maybe not $1 billion, but people have this idea that when they hear like, oh man, $2 billion for one single player game with an online component, it's not all going into just the development of the game. All right, let me get to these super chats. Rosh Dom VT, you're saying, I go digital because I don't have space for physical copies. And that makes total sense, man. A lot of people don't like the clutter, or they just don't have the room. And it makes total sense for you. You, Takasaki, again, you're saying, what I meant was many PlayStation users often watch 4K Blu-ray movies on their PS3 or PS5, including me. Don't listen to the people who think just because they don't need, I'm assuming BD means Blu-ray discs, that means this option shouldn't exist. No, and that's the thing, I actually totally agree with you. And I'm in the same boat that you're in, where it's like, people shouldn't, I don't know, man, people shouldn't assume that, like you're saying, they shouldn't assume that just because there are people saying this and there is data that's saying digital is growing, that doesn't mean that both shouldn't exist. And I will never, ever be an advocate for physical media to go away. I'll never advocate for that. I think that it has to have its place. I think it's earned its place. And I think that people have kind of established that already. So I hear what you're saying, you. Fearless Cheshire Cat. You're saying, for people complaining about not being able to get a PS5, GameStop is selling PS5 bundles in-store from the 9th through the 15th. I don't know how people can't get them. I've gotten 9 for friends/family. Honestly, dude, I think we've reached a point, and no offense to anybody, but I do believe we've reached a point, because I'm telling you, I've seen people all over Twitter basically pointing out how they are becoming widely available at this point, where if you actually try to put in a little bit of effort to get a PS5, you'll get one. You'll get one. It just requires minimal effort at this point. I've seen people taking pictures of literally just walking into Walmarts and seeing stacks of PS5s because they're becoming more available. Sony obviously did something with their you know with their contracts and how they mapped out the production. I really think at this point that anybody who's saying that they want a PS5 but they can't get one, it's either because well you can't afford one yet, and that's perfectly that's a I mean that's probably for a lot of people that's probably what it is they can't afford one right now because it's not a cheap console. But if you can easily afford one and you've been saying you want one, like at this point, I really gotta wonder, like, are you trying at all to get one? Or maybe you're just doing something totally wrong, because at this point, yeah, they're becoming more widely available. Oh, excuse me, I gotta hydrate, guys. Um, so yeah, I appreciate that, fearless Cheshire Cat. Jerome, you're saying you do care about physical, they're forcing you not to. Yeah, and that's the thing we also do have to highlight here is we can't make it sound like it's just people online who are basically like, it's more convenient for me or I don't care about physical games. These companies absolutely would love for physical media to go away. I mean, I know you, Takasaki, I know you're saying that Sony advocates, they're for Blu-rays and everything. But listen, man, this is the truth. Sony makes more money off of people buying their games digitally than they do physically. They always have. When Sony cuts out the middleman, that's more profit for them. So, the reality is any storefront that sells software that sells video games, like they would absolutely prefer you to buy them digitally because they just simply make more money off of digital purchases. There's a part of me that wants to believe that Sony, I mean, look, there are probably realistically there are probably some PlayStation or Sony executives that are older, and they're like they probably do in a way personally want to advocate for physical media. I believe that. I believe that. But as time goes on, I just think that you better believe that Sony is enjoying seeing that digital number climb because again, you have to remember that means more money for Sony, more profit for PlayStation when you cut out the middleman. And yeah, they're also doing the PlayStation Direct is a thing as well, and I think that helps. I think that helps because that's Sony also cutting out the middleman to a degree, not entirely, but that's another way. So you're saying digital should be so much cheaper than what it is. I mean, yeah, that's probably another reason why, right? That's another reason why I think a lot of people still are like, look, I mean, Sony's been doing a pretty good job with sales and stuff, but there's no doubt that if you are trying to get the best deal, you're probably going to find the best deal physically. I mean, of course, you do occasionally see sometimes on there's sales for older games where it's like $5, can't beat that, whatever, $10. But a lot of people do prefer to still go physical because when they buy their games later on, you see a game still like 50, $60 on the storefront. Meanwhile, on Amazon or in store, it's being sold for like literally half that, sometimes even less. And it's like, why would you buy digital at that point? And most people won't. Most people will be like, no, I'm going to buy that physical game. Not only do you get a tangible product, but you're getting it at a cheaper price. Well, what's not to love there? So I think that's another reason why it's going to be a long time till the digital. I don't think there's ever going to be a digital only future. Like if there's ever a digital only future, I think that's literally I think we'll be dead. Not to be dark, but I don't think we'll be here if there's a completely digital only future with everything. I don't think we'll be here at that time. I think that's way future. Let me see. Nick Taylor, you're saying that's why I'm saving. That's why I'm saying they go digital to save cash. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Nick. Yeah. Yep, that's what it's all about. Um, Unintended Studios, you're saying, all right, MBG, here's a test. If you can say Sakura correctly, I'll re-up my membership for a year. I don't know if I said that correctly. I even tried to give the whole I don't know. I tried to really lean into the pronect. I said the pronect. I think I just tried to combine the word connect and pronounce. You could tell we're reaching that point of the podcast as we do every week where, well, there goes MBG's brain. But I think, did I say it right? I don't know. What was that, MVG? Why whispering? It's because I'm trying to I don't know. I'm trying to get it correct. Like I'm trying to say it with a Japanese, I don't know, man. I don't know. It happened. Okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Did I say it correctly or not? Did I say it's like the difference between like Sekiro or Sekiro. I don't know. Maybe it sounds the same. Subtext says perfect. Renew that membership. It'd be funny if Unintended Studios was like, oh, man, I was really hoping. If I did just nail it, he's probably like, man, I was really hoping you'd screw that up. All right. Let me see. So thank you for that, Unintended Studios. It's cool, man. You don't have to, if you're not able to up your membership, don't worry about it, man. I just, the super chat's more than enough. I really appreciate that. Ruthless, you're saying, would you have stayed with Xbox if they weren't lacking with first party games? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would have. I'm not saying I would have never went to PlayStation because I think I was always going to go back to PlayStation at some point. It's just, I wasn't, I was just hoping at the time that Xbox would have brought out some games that were more appealing to me. And even with games like, I remember with State of Decay 2, that game really burned me, man, because I really thought that was going to be like a big AAA version. And apparently the next State of Decay 3, that's a game I'm interested in. Apparently that was uh you're saying I'll give you another non-whisper chance. All right, let me say, all right. Sakura. Sakura. Am I saying it correctly without the weird whisper? Sakura. Let me know. Okay, but yeah, I was burned by State of Decay 2 because I really thought that it was going to be AAA and a big game, and it wasn't. It really wasn't that at all. And it wasn't a bad game, but it just wasn't, between that and it's like Crackdown 3, Scalebound getting canceled, Sea of Thieves. And I'm not saying Sea of Thieves is bad. Apparently it's a successful game, but I just wasn't, I don't know, man. I was like, this, I feel like there should be a little bit more than just this. Sakura. So I said it right. Sakura, and say it fast with enunciation. Sakura. I'm just gonna be sitting here at the end of my podcast. Sakura. Like, I'm losing my mind here. What's happening? Everything's melting. All right. So hopefully I said it correctly. But yeah, Ruthless. I would still be playing if Xbox was really bringing out games that captured me. The thing about when I moved to PlayStation is it really kind of brought me back to my roots where I just kind of began to reconnect with like, oh man, so this is what AAA single player gaming is really like now, and Sony's really evolved and I loved it. I loved it so much, and I still do. And I'm like, this is my favorite way to enjoy games, And I like multiplayer games, and it's like, dude, I see. It's like Redfall. Like, does Redfall really look that good? Truthfully, like, does Redfall look exciting and good? Because I see Redfall and I see a decent game. Like, I see a decent game that could be fun. But you know what? It's like, it reminds me of Back 4 Blood a little bit. Where it's like, I loved Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2. And I've been kind of waiting to have another experience like that since. and I played Back for Blood, and I'm like, geez, this is not doing it for me at all. Like, this is kind of not good. And then I look at Redfall, and I'm like, Redfall looks really similar, where it looks like it's trying to do the same thing. And I'm not saying it looks bad. It looks okay, but there's just like between the art style. Look, I don't have a problem with a game's art style. A game can look however it wants to look. It's just the whole package to me is like, I'm not feeling it. I'm not like, even if Sony made that game, like if Sony made Redfall exclusive, I mean, look, I'd probably try it out, but I would probably think to myself, like, I don't know that this is really what I'm looking for right now. And who knows? Maybe Redfall will come out, it'll get great reviews, and people are like, dude, this is the best game since Left 4 Dead 2. At that point, I might be like, well, damn, maybe I gotta go try it out then. But we'll see. We'll see. And I'm not trying to be hard on it. I'm just saying it's like, this is why I'm saying that I'm still not in that position, because you talk about like, oh, if Xbox had better first party games and they weren't lacking, how would you feel? I would feel very differently about them, and I feel like I'm still just kind of waiting. That's all. That's all. You're saying so you're tired of redundancy? It depends. Like, yeah, it depends, because like I don't mind games that are trying to basically copy other games. I can always enjoy that, but it really depends on how they do it. You know, like for me, Back for Blood had the potential, but they're like, and here's a whole card system. And I guess they felt like that card system would reinvigorate the game or make it seem like it's adding more than, you know, than what Left 4 Dead previously offered. But I'm like, it just literally ruined the game for me. Like that made me literally be like, I don't want to touch this. And yeah, so I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Severin Evans, you're saying, I mean, it makes sense, right? Most of the time, consoles are sold at a loss and made up with software sales. Digital sales mean they don't need retail. Exactly. Exactly. And you continue by saying, glad to be a PC gamer, don't have to pick a side in a pointless console war. I just sit here and get the most of the games anyway. It's great, really. And that's the thing, man, dude. A lot of people who are playing on PC, that's exactly how they feel. And to be fair, I don't want to make it sound like anybody who buys a console, it's not necessarily about console wars at this point. I think we can all agree the console wars are kind of over, right? The console wars are like dead, but at this point, it's more like acquisition wars. But that's why when we talk about Herman Hulst confirming that, you know, because I'm telling you guys, when I made the video and I put it out there talking about Herman Hulst confirming that Sony is embracing day and date on PC with their live service games. And then Herman Hulst follows up by saying, our single player games at minimum will be 1 year. Now, I don't know if that's Herman trying to like prepare us where it's like, guys, going forward, there's going to be a 1 year difference. We saw on the NVIDIA leak that Horizon Forbidden West is coming to PC. Guys, I'm telling you, we're probably going to see the announcement for Horizon Forbidden West going to PC at around exactly the 1 year mark or close to it from when it launched on console. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the cadence we begin to see going forward with games like God of War Ragnarok and others. And I saw a lot of people. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to be real. I think it's a vocal minority. I do. I think it's a vocal minority because when I get like a video that gets like 20,000 views, 25,000 views, and then I check the comments and there's maybe like 500 comments total, that's a big difference, right? And you really can't tell like how many people are actually upset about this. I know there are some people who are like, F you, Sony, like I can't believe you're doing this, like you're liars, you're turning on your fan base, whatever it may be that they're saying. And it's interesting because I kind of get it, but at the same time, it's like, guys, this shouldn't be a surprise at this point. It really should. Even if you're the most hardcore, like anti-PC, like I hate PC gamers and Sony's doing the worst thing ever. Like, guys, it was made pretty clear, like at least within the last year, that they're embracing PC. I'm not saying that they're jumping headfirst day and date. They're clearly not, but it's happening. It's already been happening. And I just think that people, I think that like any PlayStation fan who feels maybe caught off guard or like Sony's not I don't know, like they're turning like look, man, you only have two options. And you one of those options shouldn't be to be mad. Your options are either go to PC and enjoy PlayStation games there when they release there, or just continue enjoying the games on your console like you have been. That's it. That's it. And people have always come at me were like, dude, aren't you the same person that like went in so hard on Microsoft? Actually, people won't remember this. And granted, I don't even think I have the videos on my channel anymore to prove it, unfortunately. But truthfully, when Microsoft went day and date with PC, I said at that time, like, look, my only concern is that I think this is going to kill the console. You know, like I said, I think this is going to kill the Xbox console. And years went by, and it turns out the Xbox console is perfectly fine. It turns out that Microsoft is selling millions of consoles, and even look at PS5. Guys, look at PS5. We are actually seeing PS5 games beginning to go to PC, and PS5 sales have not shown any signs of slowing down. So the reality is, while Microsoft had to take the heat, and that's the truth. Microsoft had to take the heat for kind of really Microsoft dove in head first, man. And I think they took some damage doing so because there was so much pushback with the day and date PC thing. But now years have went by and Sony still isn't all on board. Like, the reality is, guys, if you want to play God of War Ragnarok at launch, and probably for the first year at minimum, you need to buy a PlayStation console. There's no way around it. And so, this is where there are still occasionally like those PC players who try to like troll PlayStation fans and be like, I can't wait to play it on PC. It's like, okay, you probably will be able to play it on PC at some point. You probably have to wait a year. I mean, Herman just said it. Now, there are people that are still trying to push this thing where it's like, well, what are you going to do when they go day and date? It's like, dude, I've already been here, man. I've been saying it for like, I think I don't know how long it's been. Has it been a year? A little bit less than a year? I've been saying I'm totally prepared and ready for any day now. Sony to just be like, we're going day and date with PC. And I did tell you guys, like, I would have to evaluate how I play games. And realistically speaking, for me, I think I am a good example of that person. I am a good example of that person that I've been playing console games my whole life. I've been playing on console my whole life. And I have dabbled in PC gaming a little bit here and there. And it never really grabbed me. And I think I'm that person that Sony could put all their games on PC and I'll probably still buy a console and play on the console. I like the console experience. I just, there might be some people that are going to troll and be like, oh, what, you like a lesser experience? It's like, dude, look, man, I get it. There are some people, they want to go all out with their PCs, dump, thousands of dollars into it, just have the absolute best. And I feel like if that's for you, then go for it. Like, there's nothing stopping you. But I'm just not about that, man. And, I just feel like having the conversation about day and date with single player PlayStation 5 exclusives is pointless right now. The reason why it's pointless is because either way, even if you're somebody who is like, it's gonna happen, but did it happen yet? Is it happening now? The answer is no. You're still gonna have to wait. And that's why I'm saying that, like, I just can't even entertain the note. I can entertain it, but I just don't feel like it's worth even thinking about because it didn't happen yet. When it happens, it happens. Like, I don't know what people want me to say at this point where it's like, well, clearly it looks like Sony's going to do day and date. It's like, yeah, eventually, like, maybe a year from now, maybe 2 years from now, maybe next generation. I do not know. But the big thing for people, I think, was, and I don't know, you guys tell me, it seemed like people weren't really that surprised when Sony announced that their live service games were going to go day and date to PC. Like, I wonder if I could find it. People quote me all the time and they clip me for the dumbest stuff, but they won't actually clip me with anything interesting, in my opinion, or good. I've said many times on my podcast in the past, I called this out. It was over a year ago I called it out. I said, mark my words, The Last of Us Online will be a free-to-play live service game that launches on PS5 and PC day and date. I said that multiple times. And I remember a while ago, I said that one time and people were like, no way, dude. It's going to be paid for. It's not releasing on PC. Granted, we still don't know if it's going to be free to play or not, but it's looking real likely it's going to be free to play. And I've said this over and over because to me it seemed pretty clear from the time Sony came out and let us know this is what we're doing with live service games. Their ambitions and their goals to me were clear. And I want to make it clear, I'm not bringing this up because it's like, oh, I told you so. It has nothing to do with that. If anything, it's just defending myself, making it clear that, guys, at one point in time, I obviously was a little bit hesitant and against the notion of Sony putting their games on PC. They did it anyway. I saw that nothing changed. And if anything, they just made money off of games that were no longer making money for them. Well, I don't see the problem here. I just don't see the problem. And I just feel like I have to recommend, because I get it, man. Like, I get that loyalist, like, you feel like this is what makes the console special and Sony's giving it away. And like, I get that. Like, I understand where that comes from, but you got to let it go, man. Cause it's over. It's over. And I don't say that to like make people feel like, you're wrong or there's something. Like, it's just things change, man. And Sony is different. Sony is not the same Sony of the PS2, PS3, and PS4 generation. They're not. And, if you are upset about Sony deciding to put and share some of their games on PC, and I get it. Like, I've seen people in my comment section, they're like, well, I'm getting rid of my PS5. I feel like I've been lied to and I've been, Sony tricked me and the whole thing. It's like, I wouldn't have never bought a PS5. It's like, I get that. But it's not like Sony just did it all at one time, like I said. And I just feel like, look, man, I don't know that Sony cares anymore. I feel like this is exactly like The Last of Us Part 1. I'm going to be honest, guys. I feel like a lot of people are overreacting. I feel like there are people that are like punching air and making it sound like, I hate my PS5 now. I hate Sony. Sony lied. Why did I get a PS5? What's the point? But they're going to be there. They're going to be there buying God of War day one for their PS5. They're going to be there day one buying Spider-Man 2 for their PS5. And it's like, I don't think anything's going to change for them. I think if anything, they'll probably just be a little upset. They'll get over it. And then if they really did feel like they would rather game on PC, I feel like starting with the PS6 generation, I think they're just going to go buy a PC and play PlayStation games there. So I don't know. I just feel like with a situation like this, I understand. I do understand people basically voicing their frustration with the way Sony has communicated this, where it feels like they're just slowly ripping off a Band-Aid while telling you that they're not going to rip off the Band-Aid. You know what I mean? And I kind of get like why it's like, Herman said this last year. Now he's saying this year. What can I expect him to say next year? And I get that. Sony has been a little bit frustrating. I will give Microsoft credit where Microsoft has been pretty, don't get me wrong. Microsoft has their own way where they kind of finagle things and it's all a little weird. But I will give Microsoft credit where when they went day and date with PC, they did just rip the Band-Aid off. They're like, we're not playing games. We're not making games. Not just kidding. No, they're just like, look, we're just putting it on PC. And they had to deal with that tidal wave of kind of BS. But now no one cares. Like, literally no one cares. No one's complaining. And that's where I feel like Sony, it's like, it does kind of, this is where it's like, does it really mean anything? Does it really mean anything for Herman Hulst to say 1 year minimum before games would go to PC? Like, dude, you may as well just do it, man. Like who are you trying to fool right now? Who do you think you're, I don't know. I feel like just rip the Band-Aid off and just go where you're gonna go, because it's clear. Like, I would be more shocked at this point if they didn't do day and date at some point. Like, if 4 years from now I'm still doing my podcast and Sony is like, we're still doing 1 year before we put our games on the PC, I would be shocked. I'd be like, wow, they actually meant it. They weren't kidding. I would be surprised about that. But yeah, the Band-Aid for their live service games has been ripped off. They're doing day and date with their live service games, and that, to me, that's obvious. Like, why would they not? You, Takasaki, you're saying those who want digital can already do it. I never listened to some with the weird obsession to kill off options. They don't need BD movies. I do. And yeah, I don't get that either. Like, I don't understand why anybody who prefers digital, and I don't see too many people like this, but I don't understand why anybody who prefers digital games and that's what they've fully embraced, I don't get why they would be like advocating for physical to go away. I don't think many people are like that, but I guess some of them do exist. And yeah, we should always try to advocate for options where we can. I'm getting the hiccups now. Oh, excuse me. Severin Evans, you're saying, no offense here, MBG, but you console gamers are the ones that get overly passionate about these acquisitions and games coming out. Vocal minority or not, it's always console gamers. Why is that? And you know why? I'll tell you why I think that is. I'm going to tell you. I think the reason why console gamers, I think it's simply because for a long time, man, and really think about this, for decades, I mean, since the start, man, console gaming has kind of only went one way. It really has. Like, it's like there's a tradition. There's a way of doing it. And even when Microsoft entered console gaming, they had to follow it. That's how established it was between Nintendo and Sony and previously Sega. And, Microsoft, when they first entered with the Xbox console, were like, we have to buy exclusives. We have to make as many exclusives as you can. We have to have the best hardware. And we really just got to do everything we can to tell people, you buy our console and put it under your entertainment center. And it was all through exclusives. And I feel like Microsoft pretty much uprooted that, man. Like, they really did with the Xbox One generation, where they're like, we're going to do something that has just never been done before. And we're going to basically tell you that you don't have to buy the console. In fact, it's totally cool if you don't. We just want you to buy our games. But a lot of people at that point were like, oh, dude, they're going to become a publisher. They're going to become a publisher. And in the future, Microsoft could become a publisher. But that's the thing, is Microsoft's like, no, we're still going to make a console. We're still going to put it out there. But we still kind of don't care if you buy it. And what Microsoft was banking on when they made that decision is, do people really care about having more options as long as, because that's the thing, is, make no mistake, Microsoft still does exclusives. They still have exclusives. It's just they're not Xbox console exclusives anymore. They're Microsoft exclusives. They're on Game Pass, Microsoft's service. They're on PC, Microsoft's, operating system, right? They're Steam, but they're on PC. That's Microsoft. They're on Xbox, and I think Sony is just kind of beginning to try to embrace that same thing, where it's like, okay, maybe instead of just the PlayStation console, we'll do PC. But now you're seeing Sony trying to get people, like they just announced. You're saying, no, MBG, there's not exclusive. Stop it. They're on Steam. Stop it. Well, listen, you're right. You technically, Devil Shooter, technically you're right. Exclusive isn't the word, because it kind of loses its meaning. However, there is something to be said for, it's not on your competitor's console. You can't play Starfield on PlayStation, and you cannot play God of War on Xbox. You can't. You can't do it. So while you can't technically call it a true exclusive to the console, it seems like both Sony and Microsoft have kind of agreed to take this position where, okay, it's no longer about exclusivity. Now it's about keeping it off the competitor's platform and console. And the direct competitor. And I guess what it really comes down to is both Microsoft and Sony have agreed that PC is not their enemy. Think about it. That's all this comes down to. Sony and Microsoft have both agreed. Granted, Sony was a little bit more hesitant, but they've agreed PC is not their enemy. And that's it. You don't see Sony being like, yeah, we're going to release some of our games at 1 year minimum onto Xbox. You don't see them doing that. MLB is different. MLB is not Sony's not in control of that. That's literally MLB. So Sony doesn't have a choice there. I'm just talking about all this because, I mean, Severin, I think you bring up a good thing where it's like, it's true that I think console gamers get overly passionate, and I'm guilty of that. I'm proof of that at times. And if I had to guess, I really do think it's just because of conditioning and expectation. I do. I think that the console has always been closed off. It's always been a walled off garden. And anybody who chooses to invest in that walled off garden, the promise has always been you're going to get things that you can't get anywhere else, that no one else is going to get. And it kind of, I mean, come on, even on a psychological level, not everybody, but a lot of people who would invest into that feel like, I mean, it sounds silly to say, but like kind of like, oh, it's special, right? Like it's unique. This is what it is. Like, this is PlayStation. PlayStation are the PlayStation exclusives that I get with the PlayStation console. Nintendo are the Nintendo exclusives that I get with the Nintendo console. Xbox is it's about the Xbox exclusives that I get with the Xbox console. And things are just kind of it's not like that anymore. And I think a lot of people, you're saying, I think you are exaggerating, my man. I mean, well, that's the thing to point out. Look, what I'm saying to a lot of people probably does sound like an exaggeration, but there are some people where it's not an exaggeration for them, man. And that's why, when Severin Evans says here, vocal minority or not, and that's the thing. It's probably a vocal minority. And I'm sitting here letting you know, check this out. In my video talking about Herman Hulst and him announcing that that games are going, that their live service games, okay, my thing was bugging out there. No, it's not going to be a 5-hour podcast day. I'm ending this soon. But in my video where I talked about Herman Hulst in his interview, okay, and he revealed that live service games are going day and date with PC, and that at minimum single player games 1 year to have console exclusivity before going out to PC. The way I titled that video was Sony just made, or something like, I'm paraphrasing, but like Sony just made a huge announcement for their games, for the PS5 games. And I was a little bit nervous because I'm like, because it is a huge announcement. Like, that's a huge reveal for Sony to come out and just be like, yeah, we're dropping these games, day and date on the PC live service, no matter how unexpected it was or not. It's a huge announcement. And then I also wanted to highlight the fact, because I thought this was important and it meant something to me, where he's talking about single player games and how that's what makes them money. And they're not going to stop doing that because they're not going to stop. I even pointed out, dude, EA is out here making more single player games. I'm like, dude, if you ever needed proof that single player is not dying ever, it's that. Because when EA is out here being like, we got to make more single player games, there's a market there. And Sony has courted that market. And that's their bread and butter. As I've always said, that's their foundation. It's a foundational pillar of PlayStation. And that's undeniable. But what I'm trying to say here is that I positioned that video in a way where I could have done the opposite. I could have said Sony makes a terrible announcement. Sony's announcement makes fans rage, right? I could have made, but I didn't go with that angle. I went with the more positive angle. And you know what it turns out? When you talk about vocal minority, it's true. The numbers prove that it's true because that video got solid views. I think that video got 35,000 views. And it got the most likes as well. It has some dislikes, not a lot, but it got the most likes. And when I'm looking at that video, I'm like, oh wow, this video's doing well. I guess people are responding well to it. And then you go to the comments, and there's about 400, maybe 500 comments. And honestly, a lot of these comments are people kind of replying to each other, kind of arguing with each other. So there's comments within comments. But I want you to think about that. 35,000 people watched that video, and about 500 felt the need to comment, and not all of the comments were bad. So out of that 500 comments, only, let's just say 2/3, or maybe even 1/3, or maybe half the comments were bad, and the other half were actually fine, normal. This is where I'm trying to say, like, I'm really trying to encourage people, like, it's over, man. Like, people are okay with what PlayStation's doing. People are, like, no matter how you view yourself as a long-term fan, and no matter how much it upsets you, you could be that guy, man, that makes a video destroying your PlayStation games, beating your console to death, whatever it is. I don't know why anybody would do that. And just try to display how upset you are. Dude, no one cares. Like, I'm not saying that rudely. It's just the truth. What you're better off doing is making a decision and just really thinking, okay, PlayStation has changed. How are you now going to interact with PlayStation? I seen some people basically saying, like, jokes on Sony. I'm gonna pirate all of their games. And I'm like, well, I don't know that's. I mean, if you're trying to send a message, that's one way to do it. I don't advocate for that. I don't think that's right, but you know, it is what it is. And I'm not saying you should be I'm not saying you should like be cheering for it either. That I want to make that clear as well. Like, I'm just saying it's not even worth discussing really at this point, because it doesn't matter. You know, like, it doesn't matter. Like, these games, like, Sackboy's gonna be out for PC, man. And that was a PS5 exclusive, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, you know, are you gonna what's gonna happen now? Returnal's gonna come to PC. Horizon's gonna come to PC. What does this mean? And all you have to do is ask yourself, what does this mean for you? You want to go play on PC? Go. You want to keep your console and play on console? There you go. So, if anything, I do agree. I see somebody saying Severn is right, grow up, console warriors. Though the reality is the console war has been over for a long time, man. It is. And sometimes we may tug on those strings a little bit and maybe hang on to some past things, but it's over. It's been over. And the day the console war ended was really, it was when Microsoft created Game Pass and said that their games are going day and date on PC. The console war had a little bit of a resurgence temporarily at the launch of the PS5 and the Series X, because they're literally two consoles and people are comparing them. You're saying it's definitely not over. Twitter's rampant with them and forums. And that's why, dude, that's the thing. That's not real life, man. At all. Like, that is not real. Those are very, very, very vocal minority people. And I'm telling you now, like, even the people who get likes and upvotes for their like edgy console war stuff, the people liking that, like, they're they're not actually part of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're just living their life and doing their thing, and they don't actually care. Twitter's a microcosm of a microcosm. And yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It does begin to just start to look really ridiculous at some point where, don't get me wrong, man. Like, I was all into the console wars at one point, but it's over, You're saying so Microsoft was right? I don't know that Microsoft was right about everything, but I do think that, yeah, like, come on, man. Let's just call it what it is, and that is that Sony has followed Microsoft in some of their footsteps. Not all, but yeah, come on. How many people look back to 2016 and 2017? You remember Jay Shaka? Why are you telling me to wrap it up, man? Why are you telling me to wrap it up? I'm enjoying it. I mean, I am going to wrap it up soon, but why, man? Why? Aren't you enjoying it? Are you having trouble hanging in? But let's face it, if you go back to that time period, right? 2017, when Microsoft, you're saying you're going to go to 5 hours, man. Yeah, that's true. Go back to that time. How many people at that time would have said or were saying Sony would never do this? Sony would never do this. They'll never put their games on PC. Sony would never do it. You see what I'm saying? It's and to be fair, it did take Sony a little while. Even if you go back to 2019, there was still very much that mentality where they're not following. They're doing their own thing. Severin Evans, you're saying, why wouldn't they be okay with it? It doesn't negatively affect the console. The only thing lost is exclusive bragging rights, though, isn't it? Am I wrong? No, you're not wrong, man. And see, this is where it's like, I do think that's what it comes down to, man, is I feel like there's always been a metagame with console wars, right? And the metagame in the console wars is that, you see people make the lists, they prop up their games, and that's where I feel like a lot of this has been long overdue, where it's all, at this point, it's about humility, in my opinion, because I was somebody that was kind of engaged in that, when it's like the rah-rah, like in cheerleading. And look, I still am that way a little bit with games that I'm really passionate about. But I've really tried to get to a point in my life, and especially with my life, my MBG life, where I don't want to exaggerate anymore, because it's not. Maybe exaggerate is the wrong word. Like, I don't want to prop something up higher than it really should be. That's all I'm saying. Like, I don't want to make it sound like, guys, God of War Ragnarok is going to literally set the world right. And everything that's wrong with it, Ragnarok is the solution November 9th. And Ragnarok is going to light Xbox and the entire fan base on fire. And it's going to be the greatest video game ever made in history. Like, see, like, all that is like, okay, I think it's going to be an amazing game, and probably one of the best games around, probably one of the best games I ever played. But that's where it's like, I think it's too easy to take things too far, But where the biggest problem lies? Where the biggest problem lies? And I think this is the best way for me to end this, because I think it's absolutely true. Did you ever hear the saying, comparison is the thief of joy? All right. I think that for a lot of people, it's exactly about that. It's about comparing. And if you think about it, it's like, even now, when people talk about like Xbox, like, oh man, like Xbox is sucking and they got no games and they got Scorn and we got Ragnarok. And it's like, well, what if we just don't talk about Xbox or their games when we decide that we want to talk about God of War? Like, maybe we could just talk about God of War for just God of War and acknowledge it for what it is, it being a really good looking game that we're excited to play. And then when it comes out, we can talk about that game. It's like, it's why somebody left a comment on my podcast last week, and it's ironic that I'm learning this through a comment, but it was a good comment, and I'm paraphrasing it, but they were like, dude, they were like, MBG, you let the conversations that exist in these places and that are happening, on places like Twitter and these forums and people who are just, you let it mold either your opinion too much, or if it's not molding your opinion, you're definitely entertaining it too much and you're allowing it to impact your assessment. And that's true. And that kind of really was like, wow, I feel like it's been this way for a long time, where it really is about that, man. I see people say things that are just not in my mind. And then because I witnessed them saying it or typing it or leaving a message about it, it just is now in my mind, and I have to do something with it. Either erase it or think harder about it or whatever, but it's now there, and I've exposed myself to that. Severin Evans is saying, MBG, you aren't a bad guy. I don't believe that, but I do think you allow things to go too far sometimes. Don't let the radicals get to you. Just game, man. And I agree. And that's where it's like, I'm just trying to get to a point that I think people actually, want me to get to. Believe it or not, I think this is what is not only best for me and my content, but my audience as well. Like, and that point is, I think people are like, dude, let's just focus on PlayStation and the games. And it's not like, I don't think that people are saying, hey man, don't talk about the negatives. It's not that. It's just, if I sit here and I say, look, I'm a PlayStation gamer and I play on PlayStation and I don't really play it anywhere else that often, and I have a channel that's about PlayStation, I think it just makes sense that people are going to be like, well, you should probably stick to talking about PlayStation then. And that's what it is. And that's why it's like, it's just what I said earlier, man. It's like, I feel like I've said literally everything I could possibly say and then some. Like, you talk about taking it too far, about Xbox, about Game Pass, about Microsoft. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm being totally honest with myself. It's like, I'm just not. It's like when I see you see some people that I'm not. Look, I'm not saying they're faking it. All right, I'm not saying that, and I'm not saying that they're not genuine. But what's so weird to me is there are people who literally dedicate a portion of their lives to, like me, like what I'm doing with PlayStation right now. They do it for Xbox, but what they do is they want to play they want to play both sides of the fence, where it's like, but I'm now going to act excited for God of War. Okay, I basically spend all of my time talking about how I don't like PlayStation, how PlayStation's not for me, and criticizing them, and talking about how much better Xbox is and how Xbox does all of these great things. But now, because God of War is here, I'm going to be excited for it, and I'm going to play it, and I'm going to tell everybody that I'm playing it and that I'm enjoying it. And I'm not saying look. This has always existed. You're saying, what if they own both? And that's fine. Like, that's fine. And I actually, if you own both consoles, I would seriously ask you, like, dude, why are you not playing God of War, bro? But you guys know what I'm saying, where it's like, your intent is clear. Like, your intent is clear, where just admit it. Just let's come down to it and just admit you don't like PlayStation. You don't like PlayStation. What you do like is having an enemy. You know what I'm saying? And that goes well beyond just consoles and gaming. All right? This is like a life thing. This is a life thing. But people will oftentimes find any reason in the world to continue to have an enemy. And maybe sometimes that's necessary in some cases, but for me, I've just kind of gotten to a point where Xbox is not my enemy, man. You know, I've spent a long time thinking that I want Xbox to do this and I want Xbox to do that, and I just realized as time goes on, I'm realizing like, dude, I'm not playing Xbox. I don't have an Xbox hooked up. I haven't touched an Xbox controller in I don't even know how long. I'm not subscribed to Game Pass. I'm not subscribed to the Xbox YouTube channel. I even questioned this year, like, should I even stream the Xbox show? Because I just don't care. And that's where I realized, like, at this point, the only reason I'm choosing to care is because I want something to be annoyed with or an enemy, right? And that's just the reality, man. And to me, it just feels like I'm kind of opening my eyes to certain truths and certain realities. And I'm now getting to a point where it's like, I want to go beyond that. And I would just want to get down to what matters and just stay there. So I'm going to read these last super chats though, guys. It's past 4:30. I gotta go. So Top Shot, you're saying, do you see the Steam Deck as a way for Valve to get into the console market, the living room with both Sony and Microsoft games on their device? I absolutely do see that. Yeah. I think the Steam Deck is a really interesting handheld console that's doing some interesting things. And I'm fascinated at what their angle is here. And I'm going to be interested to see, because Valve did kind of try that with, I forget what it was called, Steam Machines or something. And it didn't really take off, but this is taking off for them. And if anything, I don't know that it will give them a reason to go into the living room, right? But I think if anything, it's going to allow them to further coexist in the living room, I think. So Disco Cobra 2013, thank you for the 20, man. You're saying, I used to believe exclusive meant something for the core gamer. Now it really doesn't matter what you play. Some might want the most powerful console. I have a strong PC/laptop now, so it doesn't matter either way. Exactly, man. Like that's what I'm saying is it's like I think the last hurrah for console warriors in a way really was the PS5 and Xbox Series X with the spec battle there. I think that was like the last hurrah, because I remember being a little bit confused when I was covering that. Dude, anytime I would make videos around the launch of the PS5 and Series X talking about like the comparisons, dude, people were on that like flies on shit, man. Like it was huge. And I remember as the year went on, I would continue to talk about it. And each time I talked about it, like people cared less and less. And it eventually got to a point where just nobody cared. And I'm like, wow. That was quick. Like that was really quick. Like people literally only cared for a moment, because I think everybody just kind of woke up collectively and was like, actually, I don't think I care. Or it's not that they didn't care. It's like, I think people, they wanted to know, like, is there a difference? Is there a big difference? Come on, there has to be a big difference. And it kind of like came out that's like, no, there really isn't. All these games are they kind of look the same, and I think maybe sometimes Microsoft has a few more pixels here, or maybe PS5 has a couple more frames here, and then it's just like people were like, oh, well, all right then. I guess I'll just buy whatever one is more appealing to me. Whatever has console has the games that is more appealing to me. But I'm just saying it's so fascinating to witness that so closely and so firsthand, where it's like, when I tell you, man, people, they just kind of like pick and choose what they're going to care about at any given moment, and then they just move on. It's human nature. It happens all the time. But man, yeah, that's exactly how it goes. And Severin Evans, once again, thank you for the super chats, man. You're saying, take me, for instance, MBG. I am a PC gamer. I always watch the streams and support with super chats. I don't care if you prefer PlayStation or not. It doesn't negatively affect me one way or another. And there you go. And we'll end it on that note, man. That's how it is. Like, we really are kind of at a point now, and this will be my final word on this, because I really got to wrap it up here. We are at a point now where the final word on all of this, I think, is a very simple one. And it's maybe something that a lot of people have been advocating for a long time. And some people still aren't going to understand it. But it's that just play where you want to play and play what you want to play. And that doesn't mean we can't have some conversations. That doesn't mean we should never make comparisons or never compare one thing to another. But it's just, I feel like people have to kind of begin to check themselves and really think like, what's your true intent here? And if you can identify your true intent and you can honestly answer, this is why you're doing what you're doing, then take it from there. And I think that's what's important. I think that's important for everybody. So not just with gaming, but in life. So there we go. I've been talking way too much, guys. I'm done. I am completely drained at this point. I want to extend a big thank you to all of my viewers, to everybody who tuned in, whether you're still here or not. Thank you. Massive thank you and shout out to everybody who donated a super chat. You guys are the literal backbone of this channel, and especially the backbone of this podcast. And everybody who's a channel member, thank you guys so much. You're awesome. Just do me one last favor and hit that like button on your way out. And I want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter for always doing the timestamps for the podcast and for the community. It's a huge help. He usually has them out within the first 24 hours after the podcast is done and finished up. So thank you for that, Devil Shooter. I want to shout out my members real quick. We have the Play Has No Limits Plus tier. Shout out to Josh Z, Agile Ice 24, Skin Tight Salmon, RU46, N2 Ray, Whiskey Gaming, Pragmaticat, Hidden Leaf Tutaka, Nakamichi, D Luffy, Big Norman 0518, Padsy, and PlayStation Pete. Then we have Play Has No Limits. Shout out to Michael McCon, Big Norman 0518, MBG 9505, DG Ad, Rune Gasoden, Space Gambler Jr., Lady K, Black Waifus, Kevin Kahan, John Renzi, Zanarkan Blitzer, JD TV, Josh McGill, Sir Speaks a Lot, Ashorty Faye, Shaky Shako, Tyson Web 509, and Black Manta 1989. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. And one last big thank you to all the super chats. You guys show up in force every week, and I really can't express that this podcast literally couldn't exist without you. So really appreciate it. That does it. Everybody enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I'm going to go chill, and I will catch you guys in the next one. So until next time, guys, take care.